Hello. Hi everybody. How are you guys doing? Are you ready to ease into the suffering, as I like to put it? So, first things first. Roll call. Let me know where you guys are tuning in from. Tell me where you're watching from. Where in the world are you? I would love to know. And it brings me great pleasure seeing how diverse and international the audience is. And in a second, the whole list is gonna go. Brrr, I can't read anything. There we go. Brazil, Chile, California, India, Chicago suburbs, New Zealand, Canada, India, Indonesia, Chile, Philippines. It got stuck. You guys spammed the chat. It literally got stuck. I have to refresh. Wait. Oh, there we go. Alabama. It's too much. I'm joking, by the way. Keep it coming. Pakistan, California, Serbia, Australia, Venezuela, Italy, Mexico. Wow. Vietnam. Isn't that beautiful? I love that. Shout out to each and every one of you and your respective countries. Much love, and I'm really glad to see you all tuning in. So this is interesting. This is an interesting trend. I get super chats before I've even begun. Thank you, France Dore, for the donation. Thank you, Crazy Puppet. Crazy Puppet is tuning in from Dayton, Ohio, USA. Shout out to the Crazy Puppet. The Crazy Puppet says that his name stands for the puppet that struggles against the strings. I see. Like we are all struggling against NATO strings. Did I get the metaphor right? The Crazy Puppet says if Richard would take just take proper hydration breaks, we won't get alcohol poisoning. I will make sure to take proper hydration. This must be so weird for the people watching on replay. Like, when the fuck are you gonna start? Oh man. I see we've got 400 people watching, but here we go again. We don't have 400 likes. Shameful. Shame. So guys, we got 400 watching. Let's please have 400 likes. I would greatly appreciate that. Again, I don't want to bore you with the whole algorithm thing. You know how it goes. Pauna, thank you for the donation. You're very kind. By the way, this is crazy. I went and I checked on Patreon, and we are 10 subscribers away. So the goal is 750, and we're at 740. So again, for those of you who are feeling generous, if you'd like to support my work, please sign up on Patreon. I don't like to start the show by, I normally never ever do that, but since you guys were donating, and you reminded me of that. So in any case, let's get started. Let's dive right into the suffering. I don't know what to begin with. They're all kind of, I don't,
war crime, which is not.
Oh yeah, you can hear somebody. Hold on. So let me pick out what we're gonna start with. Again, you guys are very kind. You're continuing to give me donations in the chat. Thank you to Mustafa. I appreciate it very much. Okay, I think we're going to start with this one, although it's a bit gruesome. But nevertheless, I know that you guys have been mentioning this in the chat. This is the story from Ukraine. And again, I'm a bit scared talking about this because of the censorship. You know, it's not good, right? So okay, you know what? I'm gonna leave that. I'll leave that aside for a second, and then get to it afterwards. Let's start with something that won't get flagged. I assume. Okay, that will be good. So I'll start over here with Weon. Do you guys know Weon News? I hope I'm saying their name correctly. It's a big Indian channel, and they got banned on YouTube, which actually kind of proves the point I was just trying to make about censorship and how delicate this whole situation is. So again, let me show you what happened to them. So, yeah, you guys are telling me in the comments you know WION News. Okay. Right. So, there's this big Indian channel called WION News, and they are on YouTube, right, among other platforms, and they got banned. And they got banned for the silliest reason, which again, it speaks to how delicate this entire situation is with big tech censorship, and it's absurd. It's utterly absurd. So look at the post that they released when they got banned. Okay, so they say that WION's YouTube channel has been blocked for 7 days after broadcasting a speech by Russian Foreign Minister, so that's Sergei Lavrov, right? The same speech carried by YouTube channels of multiple Western media houses. What explains this open bias? And so I'll play you just a tiny clip where they break down the situation just very briefly. Let's take a look.
When will we start publishing content on YouTube? First of all, thank you all for your concern and trust. You deserve to know what is going on, and I must tell you why YouTube has blocked us. They had a problem with one of our videos, this one, from the 10th of March. What does it show? 2 live speeches, one by Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmitry Kuleba, the second by Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Days went by, nothing happened. Then on the 22nd of this month, we got a message from YouTube. They removed our video. They said it violated YouTube's community guidelines. Now, this happens all the time. Algorithms consistently get things wrong. And when they do, our team reaches out to YouTube. Within hours, things are sorted, usually. But not this time. The next day, on the 23rd of March, YouTube rejected WION's appeal. So naturally, we wrote to them. We demanded an explanation. Let me tell you what they said in their reply. And I've got a mail here with me. This is what they said. Our community guidelines prohibit content denying, minimizing, or trivializing well-documented violent events, including the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Right, so you guys remember I told you about this new rule that YouTube have imposed, which is so arbitrary, it makes no sense. Like, who gets to decide what's well-documented? And how do you make sure that the algorithm or whatever you have doing that is actually working? Because in this case, it wasn't an opinion or something. They literally just played the speech at the press conference that Lavrov was giving. And keep in mind, this is in the same video. They played the Ukrainian foreign minister and then the Russian foreign minister. Like, they were giving press conferences, each of them, one after the other. And they just played them side by side. That's it. There's no commentary. There's nothing. You see this often, right? So if you go on the YouTube channel of, I don't know, Reuters or France 24, whatever it is, you will see the same exact video because, it's like one cameraman who's kind of like selling the footage to all these channels, and they just put it up, right? So they got banned for that. Now, of course, on YouTube, on Twitter, they started this whole trend going. This hashtag YouTube unblock WION was trending. And it worked, right? So they got unbanned. But again, it just shows you how arbitrary and stupid this whole thing is. I'm not joking when I say that you guys should like go follow on Telegram or on Rockfin or Rumble. I don't care what you choose. It's all free. I just want to make sure that we have an alternative in case of this crap. I'm a bit scared about it, honestly. Usually you got to be careful, like what you put in the title, what you say. You don't want to activate the algorithm. Right now, it's like every single thing. I'm like wondering, am I allowed to even cover this? Like, it's so meta, right? Can I talk about YouTube censoring on YouTube? Or is YouTube going to punish me? Like, I don't know. I think it's crap, like these aren't questions should be asking. We're not saying anything. In any case, I just wanted to show you because this is the first case that I know of where this new rule about minimizing things has been used to ban someone. And of course, as expected, it was a false positive. And even if it was a positive, again, this is completely arbitrary. Who gets to decide what's well documented? What's well documented today could turn out to be bullshit tomorrow, right? Do I need to tell you, for example, things happen in Syria that were well documented? Turns out they're BS, right? So it's basically a way of saying if you counter the official narrative, we'll shut you down. And in this case, it's so childish. They're not even countering anything. They're literally just playing Ukrainian foreign minister speech, Russian foreign minister speech. I don't know how you could be more objective than that with no commentary. All right, give me a second to move on to this next thing about Ukraine, because this thing is kind of messed up. This thing is kind of messed up. Okay, here we go. So everybody has been talking about this video, and many of you actually sent it to me. I'm obviously I can't show it, but I'll try and explain what it is. You know, it's quite gruesome. So again, many of you guys actually sent me this video. I've seen it. It's been making the rounds online. I'm not going to show it to you, obviously, because it's too graphic. But it shows, you know, it shows something that happened in Ukraine. I'll read you from the New York Times. I'll read you the headline, which I think is you know, quite succinct. It says here that it says a video shows Russian prisoners of war in Ukraine being beaten and shot in their legs. Right? So that's Russian soldiers that have been captured, who are prisoners of war, and Ukrainian soldiers are beating them and shooting them in their legs. So this, again, it's very graphic. I'm not going to show you any images. I'm not going to show you any video of it. I'm just reading to you the headline, and then I'll explain a bit more, right? So I'm going to scroll here so you can't see anything. And let's take a look at what else they have to say. So they say a video shared online shows soldiers who are likely Ukrainian beating and shooting prisoners from the Russian military. The footage shows 5 of the prisoners tied up and lying on the ground, some held at gunpoint and some with bags over their heads. In the footage, which runs over for 5 minutes, the tied up prisoners appear to have serious injuries, but it's not clear how they were wounded. And then later in the video, 3 other captives are shot in their legs without provocation and fall to the ground. Yeah, so again, it's very graphic. I don't want to read all of it because of the, you know, I don't want YouTube doing its thing. And there was, of course, this whole debate, like, yeah, is it real? Because it's a fair question. I mean, there's a lot of fake stuff that was coming out in the first few weeks. You know, Snake Island, Ghost of Kiev. Now, in this case, this is not pro-Ukrainian. It's quite the opposite, but still, it's a very valid question. There's so much fake footage. It's unbelievable. So this turns out is real. And again, it's not me saying that. It's actually the New York Times. Because down here, they say that the location of the video, which was first suggested by a Twitter user, has been independently verified by the Times. It was filmed on the eastern outskirts of Kharkiv, near the front line of the conflict in an area held by Ukrainian forces. So, I mean, that's you know, they're stopping just short of basically saying the Ukrainians did this, because there's no other footage like it where you can say, oh, this is from Syria or something. No, it's obviously not from another theater of war, and it's not from another time. This is new footage, and I mean, if the New York Times are are verifying it, you know, you don't need me to say anything, because the only way that they actually verify these things is it's really just overwhelming, and they have no choice but to talk about it. To be fair, though, I haven't seen this really talked about in general, except by people who've been trying to highlight the crime itself. But I mean, the liberal media, they're not touching this. If it was the other way around, if Russians were doing this to Ukrainians, I mean, they would have absolutely spoken about it, right? Now, something else that confirms this video is true. Look, if you look here, they say that following the circulation of this video, an advisor to the head of Ukraine's president's office, so an advisor to Zelensky, put out this video, okay? Now, let's take a look at what he says.
Subject to. I would like to remind all our military, civilian and defense forces once again that torturing a captive is a war crime which is not subject to amnesty under international law and has no statute of limitations. I remind everyone that we are a European army of a European country. We behave with war prisoners according to the Geneva Convention. whatever personal emotional motives you may have. Everything will be Ukraine. Let's believe in the authorities.
Right, so he's inadvertently confirming that it's true because he's having to remind Ukrainian soldiers that you have to respect the Geneva Convention. You cannot torture prisoners of war. I mean, the timing is a bit bizarre, right? If the other bit where the New York Times is confirming the video isn't enough for you. So that's several pieces now that are confirming it's true. And of course, for those of you who don't know, the Geneva Convention is basically a set of rules. It's nothing new. I mean, they did this already with the Hague Convention. So this is late 19th, early 20th century, and then they had the Geneva Convention as well. And it's basically, it lays out the rules for war. You know, if you capture someone, you can't just execute them because they're a soldier. You have to treat them well, give them medical attention. You can't torture them, things like that. And so obviously, when you're shooting people in the leg, you know, you're breaking the Geneva Convention, even if the opposing army didn't sign it, which was the argument the Nazis used in World War II, right? They would kill the Russian soldiers, and they would say, well, Russia didn't sign the Geneva Convention, which is a bullshit argument because it doesn't matter if the person you captured signed it or not, their country. I mean, if you signed it, you got to respect it. And again, it's pretty horrifying, right? And the only thing you've been hearing, like, for the last 24 hours is, you know, Will Smith, he slapped Chris Rock at the Academy Awards. And then liberals are like, oh, violence is unacceptable. Violence is never the answer. It is never okay to hit someone. Do you think they made a peep about this where you like have people, Ukrainian soldiers shooting Russian POWs in the kneecap so they're crippled for life? Like, you're so against violence. You don't say anything about this. You're so against violence that you want World War III, right? Like, they're like 1 second they're like, violence is never the answer. When is World War III starting? How about a no-fly zone? I mean, I can't believe these clowns. I really can't believe these clowns. It's unbelievable. They're only anti-violence when it suits them, apparently. You know, why make a fuss about this? I can assure you one thing. Again, if the roles were reversed, you know, we'd never hear the end of it. We'd never hear the end of it. But when these things happen, it's like in Syria. It reminds me of Syria, where you had, for example, people in these so-called rebels that were firing these mortars on Damascus, and they were killing students, they were killing civilians. You would never hear about that in the Western press because they don't want to highlight it, right? So you would only hear like the stuff that's anti-Assad, anti-Russia. You would, oh, look, Russia bombed a hospital. Russia did this, Assad did that. Even when it's not true, like the chemical attacks turn out not to be true. So they would pump that through the news cycle, but you would never hear the other side of it, which is actually not just true, but also rampant. It's happening on a daily basis, where the mortars are coming down, killing civilians, wounding civilians. You would never hear that because it doesn't fit the narrative. So here they won't tell you about this, or you will find it in the New York Times, but it's like buried and it's just a few paragraphs. They're not going to put it on the front page as if, you know, as if they would when the roles were reversed. You get my point, right? There's an incentive not to really make a fuss out of it. There's not going to be any Biden speech. You're not going to have NATO convening about it. Nothing. And again, it's kind of funny because weren't they saying just a few weeks ago that they want to set up this war crimes tribunal for Putin? Like, again, I don't want to go through this, but the fact that Tony Blair has escaped war crimes prosecution, right? You cannot come now and say, well, okay, Tony Blair escaped judgment because the crime of aggression is not illegal in the UK, but we're going to try Putin. I mean, this is absurd, right? But my point is that on top of that, they're saying, like, Putin's a war criminal. Biden just the other day saying he's a butcher, he's a war criminal. Remember that reporter who says, like, but who's asking Biden, do you think he's a war criminal? And then Biden comes back after 2 minutes and like, what was the question? Yes, I think he's a war criminal. You think they're going to say that about Zelensky? Of course not. Of course not, man. Double standards all day, every day. All day, every day. The Big Red Bear says those men would not have survived. There was no medical attention plus close range fire. It was a series of slow executions. It's extremely sad and sick. Yeah, I have no doubt. They are probably all dead by now. That's, yeah. The Crazy Puppet says, I have to drink. Well, I will in a second. I appreciate it. Crazy Puppet says, I've got the money selling magic power to Zelensky. And it's true, as Crazy Puppet is pointing out, that there's a video of Ukrainian nationalistic militia attacking a priest of an Orthodox church under the Moscow Patriarch. So that's the video that I saw earlier, where they're dragging this priest out of the church, right? Let me show it to you. Let me see if I can find it. I put it aside. This is the video. So here, this is what Crazy Puppet is talking about. Take a look. That's quite the mess. I mean, did they take this guy out during mass? I mean, it's just really... The comments are incredible also. You know, the comments are incredible. You have people like, well, you know, what do you think the Russians would do if they found out a priest was like collaborating or sympathetic to the Ukrainians? Just like this ridiculous trying to shift the blame. It's a priest, man. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Again, I don't want to draw parallels all the time. We have enough parallels between Nazis and neo-Nazis, and I mean, I don't know if it's even correct to say neo-Nazis in Ukraine. It's really just a continuation of Nazism. Again, it's not that long ago. But my point is that even the Nazis, you know what they did to priests, right? They also put priests in concentration camps. Again, I don't want to say that this is exactly the same, but it's the first thing it reminded me of. You know, and it's more to do with the fact, of course, that it's not just that the guy's a priest. It's of course to do with the fact that it's under the Moscow Patriarch. So that, you know, it's basically let's destroy and disband everything that's even remotely Russian, including the religion. You know, it's ridiculous. Let me show you something else. Let me show you what's going on with the gas. I think this is going to be the biggest story in the next days, unless something else happens. But this is absolutely incredible what's happening. So give me a moment just to pull this up. Okay. So you guys know that Europe is in a very delicate situation right now because Putin has demanded all the unfriendly nations, they pay for their gas, not in euros, not in US dollars, but in rubles, right? So the ruble, the Russian currency, is in the gutter because of all these sanctions. And one way to shore it up is, of course, to demand that all these unfriendly countries pay for their gas in rubles. And Europe gets 40% of its gas from Russia, right? Let me just to jog your memory before I break down what's happened now. Let me just jog your memory and play the announcement, okay?
Поставлять наши товары в Европейский Союз, в Соединенные Штаты и получать оплату в долларах, евро, в ряде других валют не имеет для нас уже никакого смысла. Поэтому мною принято решение в самое короткое время реализовать комплекс мер по переводу оплаты. Начнем с этого, с нашего природного газа, переводу оплаты нашего природного газа, поставляемого в так называемые недружественные страны, за российские рубли. То есть...
Right, so basically Putin is telling the Europeans either you pay up in rubles or you can freeze or, you know, sit in the dark with no electricity. And in the meantime, the United States has come in and drawn up a gas deal with the EU. Didn't I tell you? I told you this several times. I told you that the US is going to come in and try to take a bite out of Russia's market share. Now, granted, this is not a lot. It would have been much more if they actually had the infrastructure to get the gas from the US, which I'll get to in a second. But they did this nonetheless. Look, here's Biden with the head of the EU Commission, right, when they're announcing this.
Putin has issued Russia's energy resources to coerce and manipulate its neighbors. That's how he's used it. He's used the profits to drive his war machine. And that's why earlier this month I announced the United States would ban all imports of Russian energy to make it clear that the American people would not be part of subsidizing Putin's brutal, unjustified war against the people of Ukraine.
The transatlantic partnership stands stronger and more united than ever. And we are determined to stand up against Russia's brutal war. This war will be a strategic failure for Putin. As you know, we aim to reduce this dependency on Russian fossil fuels and to get rid of it. And this can only be achieved through, of course, first of all, investment in renewables, but also through additional gas supplies, including LNG deliveries. So we want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends, and that are reliable.
I can't stand them. They're really special, aren't they? So again, just to give you an idea how little this gas deal is, it's still significant. Like don't get me wrong. People are making money from this, and I told you that the U.S. gas companies, they're dying to do this. They can't wait to get in and take a bite out of the European market share. You should never underestimate the ability of the corporations in the United States, in the West, to make money out of chaos. That's why the weapons dealers, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Northrop, their stocks are like up 20%, right? Because war is good. And this war is also good for gas companies in the US. So let's take a look here. Again, last year, the EU imported 155 billion cubic meters of natural gas from Russia. Okay, keep that figure in mind. Because the stuff that they're going to get from the US is just 15. It's only 15 out of 100 and... it's only 15 compared to 155 billion. I mean, that's nothing. It's like, 10% of what Russia is giving the EU. Do you understand? So the United States is not going to give the EU 10% of what the EU needs. No. It's even less than that. The United States can only give the Russians 10%. Sorry, the United States can only give the Europeans 10% of what the Russians are giving the Europeans right now. So it's not even, it's nowhere near enough to replace the EU dependency on Russian gas. Yeah, I mean, it's lunacy. And let me explain something to you, because if you think this can go from like one day to the next, like they just flick a switch and say, we want the gas coming from the US. No, it doesn't work like that. No. It doesn't work like that at all. So I'm going to explain to you why this is such a disaster in a second. And we shouldn't be laughing. Actually, we should be crying. Here's the response from the G7. So the G7 have told Russia, no. They say, we are not going to pay for gas in rubles. Forget it. We're not doing that. Okay? So Germany, which currently holds the G7 presidency, said that the Russian demand was, quote, a unilateral and clear breach of the existing agreements. Because basically their point is that these contracts don't only say Russia has to give X amount of gas to Germany per year. They also say what currency the deal has to be settled in, which in most cases is euros. There's a little bit in dollars, but most of it is euros in terms of Gazprom and what it exports to Europe. And so the G7 have come out and said, we're not going to pay for that. Forget about it. Now the Russians, have said, okay, we're going to turn off the valves. There's no more gas then. This is what they said, right? So according to Reuters, Russian lawmaker says G7 refusing to pay rubles will mean gas supply halt, right? So a Russian lawmaker, Ivan Abramov, on Monday said the refusal by the G7 to pay for Russian gas in rubles would lead to an unequivocal halt in supplies. And of course, I posted about this also on Twitter. There was another quote that I want to read to you. And Russia basically said that we are not going to supply gas for free. Because last time, I was wondering what's going to happen. I told you guys that I was wondering if the Europeans will just continue to send the payments in euros or dollars, and then Russia's just going to send the payments back. Okay? No. So it's really straightforward. If they do that, Russia's just going to turn off the gas. Now, again, keep in mind, Russia's not saying they're going to give less gas or more gas. It's the exact same amount of gas. They just want to be paid in rubles. And that means that the Europeans would have to go and buy the equivalent of 200 to 800 million euros in rubles every day. Again, Russia makes 30 to 40 billion euros a year from gas exports to Europe. So this idea that the Europeans can just replace Russian gas with American gas is lunacy. I mean, they are really dreaming. You heard the EU Commissioner von der Leyen. She's saying that we want, she looks at Biden and she's like, we want gas from people we trust. Like as if Biden even knows what planet he's on right now. And so this is absurd because Germany does not even have one single LNG terminal. LNG is liquefied natural gas. That's what the US is offering. How the hell are you going to get the gas in the first place? You don't have any terminals. Look at this map. Look at this catastrophe, man. This is, oh my, this is a disaster in the making. So the ones in blue are operational. You can see Spain has a couple of them, right? The UK also has a few. Does Germany have any? No, not one single LNG terminal. Not one. They've just announced that they're going to build 2. Do you know how long that takes? That takes many years to build. That's not something you can just build like a, like a nursery or something. No, this is very complex. This is very complex. It takes a long time. And of course, the other option that you can use to import gas is FSRUs. So these are floating storage and regasification units. So basically, it's not just a ship that brings the gas. It also converts it on board. Okay, so it converts the cooled stuff to the gas on board. Now the thing is, there aren't enough. First of all, there are no LNG terminals in Germany, just as one example. And on top of it, there aren't enough of these ships in the world. So even if the EU wants to pay for those boats, they want these vessels, they just don't exist. Because, I mean, there's a few of them that they can buy, but my point is it's not enough, right? It's nowhere near enough. So they go into detail here about the situation, right? As we were saying, the US will deliver at least 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas to the EU. Okay. Is that enough? Absolutely not. So, as we were saying, it will take years for terminals to be built. Years. Right? And as I was saying, Germany has no LNG terminals at all. Not a single one. And of course, if we look at the boats, okay, let me go to the boats to show you these specialized vessels that can also be used, the FSRUs. So basically, yeah, here we go. Oh, okay, this map also has the LNG terminals. Very good. So it's the same thing as I was just showing you, right? There's only 2 of them planned in Germany, but not one that's operational, and that takes years to build, right? They say land-based LNG import terminals take at least 5 years to build. Do you know when the deadline is? The deadline is after tomorrow. Putin said the Russian central bank and Gazprom, which is the state-owned gas company, have 1 week to come up with a plan to do what he's saying, that gas will only be sold in exchange for rubles. He said March 31st. That's in 2 days. And an LNG terminal takes 5 fucking years to build. What are the Europeans thinking? I'm really curious, like, where do they think this gas is going to come from? It's going to fall from the sky? Even if you bought all the goddamn LNG the US has, you have no way of importing it. Even if you get it through Spain. Look at Spain. They have a couple of terminals, right? I think they have the most terminals in Europe. Correct me if I'm mistaken. So they have the most in Europe. Even then, you don't have the pipelines to bring that to Germany. You don't have, and Germany's just one country. I'm just talking about one country out of the whole EU. Do you know how screwed the EU is right now? I'm really like shocked. I feel like these people are so stupid. These EU bureaucrats. How can they be this dumb? They cannot be this dumb, can they? Oh, it looks like they are. It looks like they are. They are really dumb. Globally, you only have 50 FSRUs, right? So these are the special ships that you can use instead of an LNG terminal. You only have 50, okay? And this CEO of one of these companies that runs FSRUs estimates that only 5 ships are available and 3 could be released from contracts this year. Because, of course, as you guys know, ships must be chartered, right? You pay the owner or the company that owns it money to use it to transport cargo and so on. So this guy is saying that you have 50 of these ships globally. 5 are available, and maybe 3 will be let go of their contracts. So you would have a total of 8. And some of them don't even work in Europe because it's too cold. Right? They're not all equal. They're not all made equal. And some European countries, it's just going to be too cold for them to actually work there. Since this war has started, the charter rates for these vessels have increased at least 50%. Right? So one day, just to have them for one day, is between $150,000 to $180,000. So to run it for a year would cost between $40 million and $60 million just for one boat, which doesn't even bring you enough gas. Do you know what this means? Number one, there will not be enough gas, and number two, even those who are lucky enough to get these boats will be paying through the nose. And when I say they will be paying through the nose, I don't mean the politicians. I mean you and me, the civilians, the Europeans will be paying through the fucking nose. All because they want to shoot themselves in the foot and not take the Russian gas. Or not pay for it in rubles at least. Right? And then here's what's hilarious. Because they go screaming. They say Russia's breaching the contract. Russia is blackmailing us. Motherfucker, you just sanctioned Russia. You just made Russia the number one sanctioned country on earth. That is blackmail. You're fucking with its economy to get political concessions. And now you're upset that Russia is fucking with your economy to get political concessions? Russia's not even trying to fuck with your economy. They're literally giving you the gas. They just want their ruble, their currency back up. They're not even trying to do something that's, malicious per se. They're still going to give you the gas. If Russia really wanted to be assholes, they would shut the fucking valves off and just sell the stuff to the Asians. Right? They would go east, Mongolia, China. They can export the same amount of gas and get paid in not just the same equivalent, but also in rubles. They could get paid. If Russia wanted to be malicious, they would just turn off the fucking valves. They don't need your money. I mean, again, they want it to shore up the ruble. Sure, there is a short-term goal here, but long-term they can go east. Where is Europe going to go when they don't have FSRUs and they don't have LNG terminals? You fucking morons! Look at the reserves. This story just keeps getting worse, man. These are the gas reserves of each EU country. Do you want to know? Oh, it's a disaster. Oh, it's a disaster. Look at this. So here is the full capacity. Okay. And this is the percentage, basically, of the reserves that they have, right? So Belgium has 14% of reserves left. The lucky one, I'd say, is Denmark. They've got near 40%, right? Germany's got 26%. And even before the war started, look at this from Euronews. The headline reads, Germany's gas reserves are at worrying levels, admits government. So this is on the 10th of February, 2022. There was no war. There was nothing happening with Russia. There were no sanctions. So already then they were screwed. Do you know how long this is going to last? This means that most European countries will have enough gas for like 1 month. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if my math is completely solid. I'm just eyeballing it here, but my point still stands. 1 month, 6 months, there's a disaster coming. Do you understand? There's a disaster coming because the Europeans just don't have the infrastructure to get gas from anywhere else, no matter how hard you try. And that's why the Americans, they're making money, yes, but that's why the amount that they're giving is peanuts compared to what the Russians are giving Europe. This is so dumb. So not only did the Americans get Europe and Germany to cancel Nord Stream 2, this is going even further. It's really the embodiment of shooting oneself in the foot. And then you have Joe Biden tweeting crap like this, saying that Russia's economy was ranked the 11th biggest economy in the world before this invasion. It will soon even rank. It will soon not even rank among the top 20 in the world. So, I mean, number one, the guy's gloating, or whatever staffer writes this for him, is gloating at the sanctions, which, again, I've told you are siege warfare. Putin's lifestyle doesn't change. It's just a fact. All of his friends, same thing. Doesn't change. It's Russian civilians who get hurt. And now the blowback is going to come to Europe. The whole point with the sanctions, why do they do sanctions? They know that Putin, Assad, whoever is the Mr. Evil of the day, they know that it's not going to affect them. They're not stupid. If I know this and you know this, they know this. The point is that they want to squeeze the country so bad, they want to make people suffer so fucking bad that they get on the street and they start protesting and they overthrow the government. That's the whole point of sanctions, right? It's to put pressure on the people so that they revolt, they overthrow the government. Let me tell you something. What you're going to see in Europe, if the gas gets cut off, if Russia turns off the gas because the Europeans refuse to pay in rubles, you are going to see way bigger protests and way bigger unrest in Europe than you will see in Russia. And once again, what do we have here? The West shooting itself in the foot. Please, if you know something that I don't know, if you're aware of some secret gas reserves that the EU has somewhere, I would love to know about it. Because what I'm looking at, what I just showed you, does not look very promising, does it? It doesn't look very good. Can you imagine what this is going to do? I mean, first of all, the industry is going to collapse. I mean, you're already raising the prices astronomically. But when not just the prices are high, there's just literally not enough supply. My goodness, everything is going to get screwed. The agriculture, the industry, the service sector. I really don't know what kind of strategy this is. I really don't get it. Somebody enlighten me. Did I miss something here from this brilliant plan? Because there's 3 days left. If the Europeans don't pay in 3 days, that's it. The Russians will turn off the valves, and the reserves are low. So you explain to me what's the brilliant plan here, because I don't see it. I really fail to see it, and I think it really shows you the kind of arrogance, because the Europeans, the EU and the United States and the UK, they're so used to like shitting on smaller countries. They just like bully Iran and they bully Syria and they bully Venezuela. And now for once, you've got somebody who can like sanction them back in a sense, right? It's not malicious. It's just out of defense to get the ruble up. And they're not used to that. I don't think the penny's dropped. And unfortunately, it's not really something to laugh at, because, Russia sanctioning Europe back is once again not going to affect the politicians. It's going to affect the civilians. It's the truth. It's the truth. You will have lots of people who will lose their jobs. You have people who won't be able to eat. There might not be electricity. I don't want to fearmonger, but please explain to me if I'm wrong. Please tell me, what is the master plan here? What do you think is going to happen when there's no more gas coming? 40%. 40%. That's not nothing. It's not 4% or 14. 40. That's almost half the gas supply of Europe. Is not coming in anymore. And the reserves are low. What are they going to do? Explain it to me. This is terrible. This is really dumb. So now we got to see who's going to blink first, right? We got to see whether the Europeans blink first. And I don't think the Russians are going to blink. I think the Russians are in the mindset right now. There's a saying that we have in Arabic. It's quite vile, so I'm not going to translate it 100%. But there's a saying called "Kharyane kharyane khaliyat shatti khara," right? It's like when a situation is already so screwed, you're like, just screw it. So I think the Russians, the Russians can see what's happening. The central bank, half the assets have already been frozen. The hysteria against Russia has gone so bad, it's like even extended to classical composers. They're like canceling dead Russians. I think at this point the Russians like, what, we got nothing to lose. Let's just see who blinks first. If they pay, good. If they pay in rubles, good, and if they don't, we'll just go eastward. I mean, which I think is again a separate issue. How they're kind of pushing Russia into China's arms. Idiots. This is the worst thing you could do. You know, if I were in Washington, this is the last thing on earth that I would ever do. All of this, everything that's happened right now. First of all, who the fuck cares about Ukraine if you're in the US? The United States is like on the other side of the planet. Ukraine is not a strategic, it doesn't have any strategic or military value except to antagonize Russia, which again, I fail to see the strategic value of that. You've already got the fucking place surrounded. On top of that, you've basically undermined your own hegemony because now people want to trade in commodities that matter, you know, oil, gas, in something other than the US dollar. You're basically forcing the Russians to do that, which like, you're an idiot. The Russians were selling everything in euros and dollars, and now you're making sure that they don't. You shot yourself in the foot. What a clown. Who would do this in the EU or the US? These people are goddamn idiots for multiple reasons, right? Like even if you think about their own self-interest, they're still idiots. Ay. Sebastian says, cheers from Chile, watching with my dad. Hello to you, Sebastian, and Sebastian Senior. I'm glad you guys are watching. Thank you to Space Marine and Lou says, I gotta love the imperialist strategy. Yeah, it's really clown stuff. What's going on? Amin, thank you for the super chat. Amin says, pay per use at a premium till Europe goes broke, or hold out till America saves them. Yeah, that's also a smart one, right? So again, we have to be clear though. There is a contract, right? So there's a contract, and it sets out a specific amount, how much gas, and the payment, the specific payment. And not only that, but it also says it in euros or dollars. Now, technically speaking, yes, if you start changing the currency, you're breaking the contract. You don't need to be a lawyer to figure that out. The thing is, though, what's funny to me is that the Europeans are breaking all sorts of rules, breaking all sorts of contracts that they already have with the Russians. And then when the Russians do it back to them, they don't like it. So again, it's this Western arrogance, right? It's like, we're going to do it to you, but you dare do that stuff to us, and we're going to accuse you of blackmail, and you're the worst, and you're breaking the contract. This is so hilarious. This is hilarious. Honestly, I'm in a way, I'm not surprised, but, you know, I don't expect the Russians to do that. But at the same time, I am surprised given everything. The Russians just haven't said, screw it, turn the valves off. I don't know. I think it's good they don't do that. They don't stoop to that level and start weaponizing energy, because apparently European Union and the US are ready to weaponize it. They are. And again, who are they weaponizing against? The Russians and their own citizens. Idiots. Ah, man. Gregory, thank you for the donation. Gregory says, as an EU citizen, I am delighted Russia is imposing ruble payments on EU states. A sort of crazed anti-Russian fascism overwhelms the EU over the past months. Always there, obviously, but Russia is quite entitled to claim force majeure. Yeah, I get it. Like, I really hope it doesn't come to that point where they turn off the gas. I really hope that there's... well, first of all, I think the war should stop. This is number one. Because that stuff is killing people, right? And then, of course, I hope it doesn't get to that stage where the disagreement becomes so big that they actually start turning off the gas. This is catastrophic for everyone, not just people living in Europe. I think this is going to have a huge ripple effect. And I don't feel like I'm fear-mongering or exaggerating. This is very serious. When you don't have enough fuel... Let me explain to you. I literally just finished, right now, before I went live, I finished an investigative piece on a fuel crisis in Yemen. And I'm not going to talk about it now. I'll publish the article tomorrow. And because, you know, people talk about Yemen, they talk about the bombs, they talk about the famine. No one talks about the fuel crisis. So, I mean, to my knowledge, this is the first article that actually goes in detail with figures and shows you the catastrophic effect this is having on Yemen. And I'm telling you, man, when you don't have fuel, everything goes to shit. Everything. So I'll leave that to tomorrow when I talk about Yemen specifically. And Yemen, again, Yemen is like already 7 years of war, and the fuel crisis still managed to make things worse. Can you imagine? So don't underestimate how powerful it is. Really don't underestimate. And again, for those of you who want to read the article, I will publish it on Substack. So it's RichardMedhurst.substack.com. And of course, I will come here live and I will explain the article to you. I'll go through everything with you. So I'll do both things. No worries. KAR is asking if I have a Substack. Yes, as I just mentioned, RichardMedhurst.substack.com. The doc says, مش حتخرق أكتر من منا خريانة. Basically, it's not going to get worse than it already is. Ah, man. Don't tempt fate. ممكن السما فاتحة. Pete says, I'm from Australia, one of the USA's favorite gimps. So disheartening. Well, man, the gimp is perhaps an accurate assessment. Germany's turning out to be a real gimp as well. I think one of the most important things about Ukraine that nobody's really talking about is basically that, you know, everyone focuses on Ukraine and what's happening there, which is obviously important. But if you look at Germany, Germany was supposed to be neutral, and the United States got Germany to break that neutrality. Again, I want to talk about this because this is very, very important, and it's overlooked. So let me just pull something up for you. So again, one of the most overlooked aspects of the war in Ukraine is not what's happening in Ukraine. It's the United States getting the Germans to break with their neutral stance, right? Or their supposed neutrality. Again, we know that their weapons are ending up in Yemen, but officially speaking, they've had a neutral stance given everything that they did in World War II and so on. So this is significant. You know, the United States used to be one of the biggest proponents of making sure that Germany is neutral, right? That it can't do what it did in World War II again. And then now it's like the complete opposite. And Biden has actually managed to do Trump a favor, because Donald Trump, if you guys recall, was extremely angry with the Germans, right? He was saying they're not paying their bills to NATO because he wanted them to increase their military spending from 1.5% to 2% of the GDP. And as a result, because he was so angry, he pulled out like 12,000 US troops from Germany. Again, keep in mind, the US is like 38,000 US troops in Germany, right? You wouldn't be too wrong to view that as like under an occupation, right? Regardless, he pulled out those troops because of that. And Biden actually gets the Germans to do what NATO has wanted all along, what Trump has wanted all along. And now Germany has, as they wanted, raised its military spending to 2% of its GDP. Just to put that into context, Germany is now going to spend an additional 100 billion euros on its military. That's more than Russia spends in a year. That's insane, right? So again, Russia is one of the most powerful militaries in the world, certainly in terms of, you know, R&D. And now Germany is spending more than them. Can you imagine? So they've gone from neutral to balls to the wall. Yeah, it's incredible. And of course, they're sending weapons to Ukraine. This is just the start. Who knows what that leads to in the future? I don't think this is good. Just to provide you some more context, you know how Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, he's been going around all these countries and speaking to the Israeli Knesset. He spoke to the US Congress. He spoke to the Japanese. He spoke to the German Bundestag. The Austrians, who have been neutral since World War II, they refused to let him speak. Right? So Zelensky wanted to speak to the Austrian parliament. They said no. Now, to be fair, Austria is not always neutral. Just last year, when Israel was pulverizing Gaza, I mean, just really horrible. They wounded over 2,000 people, over 200 killed. The Austrians, in the Chancellery building, they raised the Israeli flag on top of the Chancellery. I mean, that's not being neutral. That is number one, I mean, that's vile that you are siding with an oppressor. Palestinians have no air force. Palestinians have no navy. In Gaza doesn't even have a goddamn defense budget. Gaza is under siege. It's a prison camp. It's the largest open air prison. The Israelis literally pick and choose what people in Gaza can even import. Can you imagine? So you have one of the most modern armies in the world, occupiers pulverizing one of the most densely populated places on earth that has no army, and then the Austrians raise the Israeli flag. That's not being neutral. Okay, so that's what it is. But usually they are officially neutral. And so just to put that into contrast with what the Germans did, who, they let Zelensky address the Bundestag, and not only that, they also start sending him weapons. The Austrians, I feel they took the most responsible approach, especially as a neutral country, because if you say you're going to be neutral, you got to be neutral. You can't start picking and choosing, even though that's what they did last year. But this is really, again, what Germany has become now under Scholz. Scholz hasn't been in power, what is it, a few months, right? The elections were just a few months ago. And it's really funny because this guy, he never spoke about Nord Stream 2. He never spoke about NATO. And then all of a sudden he cancels Nord Stream 2 and he raises the defense budget, defense spending. And, it's incredible. So the US really got some big wins. They really got some huge wins in Germany. And I don't feel anyone's focusing on that enough. When Trump tried doing that, they were basically making fun of him. And right now, when Biden does it, yeah, great win for NATO, apparently. So keep your eye on that. Keep your eye on that, because these are the real stories that no one's paying attention to. But we should. And it's twice as significant because, as I said, he got the Germans to cancel Nord Stream 2. At least temporarily, but who knows how long that's going to be, right? It's indefinite. And then, of course, at the same time, increased defense spending. It's very significant. So let me move on to the next topic. By the way, we have 1,500 people watching, but only 1,000 likes. Please make sure that you've hit the like button so we have an equal number. So, thank you very much for the donations, Gregory. Gregory says we shouldn't forget failed German defense minister von der Leyen, who was dumped on EU Commission by Merkel. Her grandfather was an SS sergeant at Babin Yar who hated Russia all his life. She grew up with him and she hates Russia. I didn't know that about her. I know she was a defense minister, but I didn't know that about her. I mean... The current atmosphere is so toxic. Even without that, I feel like she'd be the same person just by virtue of being in the EU. But who knows? That could very well have had an influence. I imagine. Crazy Puppet, thank you. Crazy Puppet says the EU problem is that their country is represented by an unelected person. Without risks, they have become a cult of same thought that is driven by the most vocal group rather than rational thought about their own citizens. Yes, I mean. Obviously, you're correct. No, these are basically unelected bureaucrats in Brussels. I don't think it's the worst part about them. It would be half a problem if their policies weren't shit, right? It would be half an issue. But they are very much indeed quite bad. And my fear is that even if you didn't have the EU, you would still have the same toxic, neoliberal garbage. I mean, again, look at the US. The US is not the EU. And it's nevertheless a bastion of neoliberalism, right? So, let me move on to the next segment. What the hell is this? I mean, this is ridiculous, honestly. So, okay. I'm sure you guys know the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League. Basically, in a nutshell, it's a Zionist organization. It's a pro-Israel organization. And, they claim to be against anti-Semitism, but usually they're basically just politicizing. They're basically smearing critics of Israel as anti-Semites, right? And I want to show you something absolutely shocking, but you're perhaps not going to be too shocked. So they put out this piece on their website called "Why is Putin calling the Ukrainian government a bunch of Nazis?" And if you scroll to the bottom, you'll see that it was a Q&A, right? So someone asked them a question, and the question is, wouldn't you term as Nazis even those who march with the red and black flag? And the ADL says, quote, "There are neo-Nazis in Ukraine, just as there are in the US and in Russia for that matter, but they are a very marginal group with no political influence and who don't attack Jews or Jewish institutions in Ukraine. Putin's propaganda is so far from the truth that it doesn't survive the first contact with even a little knowledge." Wow. Wow. Am I dreaming? Again, I read this earlier today and I feel like I'm still dreaming. Like, you have an organization whose sole purpose is to allegedly combat anti-Semitism, and now they're trying to minimize the existence of fucking Nazis in Ukraine. I mean, this is astonishing. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. Do they not know? They have to know what happened to Jews in the Holocaust in Ukraine. Of course they know. So they must be aware that Ukraine is not the same as the United States. Yeah, you have neo-Nazis in the US, but the neo-Nazis in Ukraine, you could argue, are not really neo. It's just a continuation of the very same Nazis that killed Jews, that killed Poles, that were collaborating with Hitler and his regime. And I'm astonished at this. I'm really astonished at this. Like, now this is Putin propaganda. Really. They say that they have no political influence. You must be joking. You must be joking. Wow. Wow. Let's take a look at a tweet from the ADL, because I found one from 2019. Same organization, right? And this is what they wrote. They said this Ukrainian extremist group called the Azov Battalion has ties to neo-Nazis and white supremacists. Our latest report on international white supremacy details how they try to connect with like-minded extremists from the US. Thank you. Thank you. So you know about the Nazi threat. You're well aware who the Azov Battalion are, and you know exactly, what their politics are, and now all of a sudden they're trying to minimize it. Don't you think that's quite the contrast? Don't you think that's quite the contrast? I mean, if I were documenting the threat of Nazis, the last thing I would do is say, well, you have Nazis everywhere. Those ones in Ukraine, they're not really that influential. That's an absolute joke. The whole point about the Nazis in Ukraine is they are fucking influential. Again, we were looking at this together. I feel like a broken record that I have to go through this so many times, but the propaganda that they put out every day is staggering. It's blistering. It's mind-blowing. And so Bandera, who's this Nazi collaborator from Ukraine, right? And he was in prison during World War II, and then but he was still helping them coordinate and kill Jews and Poles. And then he escapes, he flees to Europe, and then he's killed one day after the war. In any case, this guy who worked with the Nazis, he was given an award posthumously. In 2010, he was given this Hero of Ukraine award. And then, of course, it was removed. But I mean, to say that the Nazis in Ukraine don't have like so much political influence is garbage. It's not true. Just look at the militia. The Azov Battalion is one example, which they just mentioned. Yes, they are a minority. That is true. But they do have a lot of political influence and military, for that matter, too. Let me put it to you this way. I showed you guys how people have been trying to justify working with Azov by saying, yeah, they're Nazis, but they're effective. Oh, okay. So you're saying because they're effective on the battlefield, it's okay to work with them. Hold on a second. You're telling me on the one hand, they don't have a lot of influence. They're just it's just a tiny group. But then at the same time, you want to tell me it's okay to work with them because they're effective. Which one is it? Are they effective or are they irrelevant and tiny? You can't say both. Remember, we were watching the BBC together and they were trying to whitewash them. And you had people saying that, yeah, it's a tiny group, but people got to work with them because there's no choice and they're very effective and so on. That's how they justify it now. And then at the same time, they say, no, it's just a few Nazis. It's not too many Nazis. Man, you can't have it both ways. Stop that. This is absurd. And of course, the ADL, I mean, they work with companies like Facebook. They partnered recently with PayPal to combat extremism. Now, listen to me. Let me be very clear. Fighting anti-Semitism, great. I love it. Fighting racism, I love it. The problem is that's not what they do. They take the word anti-Semitism and then attack anyone who criticizes Israel as an anti-Semite, right? It's like when liberals, you disagree with them, they call you a racist or a Nazi. Like they'll call everybody Nazis except actual Nazis in Ukraine, right? So that's the issue here. It's a political organization. They're completely biased, pro-Israel, Zionist, and they do a disservice to people who are fighting actual anti-Semitism. Like, we're literally out here talking about fucking Nazis in Ukraine, how dangerous they are, how they kill Jews, how they're targeting minorities right now, ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine. And they want to come here and say, yeah, but it's just a few of them. It's not that big. They're not influential. What on earth is going on? Are you actually interested in fighting anti-Semitism? You're making me wonder here. You're trying to minimize the... I don't understand this. I really don't get this. I mean, I obviously get what's going on. If you don't get it, I'll explain it to you. What I'm showing you here is how, up until a few weeks ago, it was completely normal, as I've shown you from the ADL themselves, as I've shown you from the BBC, as I've shown you from NBC. So many outlets, the New York Times, they all admitted that Ukraine has a Nazi problem, a big one. And so up until a few weeks ago, up until a month ago, it was fine to say that. But now, because the US is fighting on the same side as the Nazis against Russia, you cannot say that because this is politically unacceptable. It's a faux pas, and it's very inconvenient. It's an inconvenient truth. And so again, it's like you're perfectly fine to criticize Al-Qaeda, but if you look at what's happening in Syria and you realize, those guys that the US and the UK are giving weapons to, they don't look too moderate to me. That's Al-Qaeda. Yeah. Oh, you're an Assad apologist. And then in this case, it's Putin propaganda, right? So this shows you how liberals, neoconservatives, they are ready to, switch sides like this. They're very fluid, shall we put it? And, they have no problem working with Nazis, with Al-Qaeda. As a matter of fact, they helped to create Al-Qaeda in the first place because it suits their foreign policy objectives. It suits their agenda of the day. And so, saying a truth that was universally recognized a few weeks ago is no longer viable because it's politically inconvenient, and you will be called a Putin apologist. Wow. If you needed any proof that this whole thing, how they're trying to bury the Nazi threat, the Nazi danger in Ukraine, if you had any doubts that that's what they're doing, I mean, let this be the last thing that you need to be convinced. And I wanted to show you just a quick meme. Honestly, this is not just about the ADL. I mean, it's just in general, like what I'm talking about. Someone posted this. I had to I had to show it. Basically, liberals are like, after all, why not? Why shouldn't I support neo-Nazis? Oh, God. It's true. That's exactly what they are. That's exactly what they do, man. And again, you could just replace neo-Nazis with Al-Qaeda, and you would have the U.S. war on Syria equivalent of the meme. So there you go. Man. Oh, man. So we have some comments from 787 Ram. They said, I would like Richard to do a cooking show for once. Enough of this depressing political stuff. And Nomo Popa says, I also like the cooking show idea. Well, for now, you're going to have to suffer through all of the political stuff with me. And I've actually saved the best one for last. Oh, boy. Okay, so again, we've got 1,500 people watching. We need 1,500 likes. Come on. I know there's some of you who have not hit the like button. Don't make me get the slipper. Come on, guys. We need to fight the algorithm. You already know what's going on. Let me just check over here 1 second. This is really cool. We got Natalia who just joined on Patreon. Thank you very much for supporting the show. You're very kind. And when people join on Patreon, I play a crab dance. So thank you very much. I think we must be 9 subscribers away. Just 9. And we hit the goal. Yes, that's correct. We are at 741 and the goal is 750. So guys, if there's 9 of you out there who like my work, please consider supporting the show for $1 or €1 a month. I'm grateful for anything. In any case, Natalia, thank you. Let me play a crab dance for you. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Yay! Thank you very, very much. You guys rock. You are very kind. And again, I'm going to annoy you by putting up the Patreon thing on the screen. Look, see how outdated this is? The last time we streamed, we were at 724. This is wrong. We are now at 741. You guys are absolutely amazing. Even when I go offline, I'm assuming some of you are watching on replay and you go and sign up. I appreciate that very, very much. So let me update that. Look, 741. Amazing. 9 subscribers. That's all it takes. And I'll be very grateful. And again, guys, I want to annoy you. I want to nag you to please sign up on... Again, this is free. All of this is free. I'm just telling you because you guys told me to go make a channel on other platforms. So I went on Odyssey, Rumble. I'm on Substack, Telegram, Rockfin. I don't expect you to memorize the URLs, but I'm just telling you on every one of those sites, it's Richard Medhurst. I'll put the links right now in the chat. My point is, again, we were just talking right now about how the censorship has gone completely ballistic. I mean, I'm afraid, literally every single topic I cover, I'm afraid they're going to come for me. This is why I highly, highly recommend, I kindly implore you, I urge you to please sign up, not just on YouTube, subscribe on YouTube, yes, but please subscribe on Rockfin or Rumble or Odyssey as well. And Telegram would be very useful. For example, I went live an hour ago, and when I started, I sent you a message on Telegram. This is amazing. We got 3 people who just signed up on Patreon. Thank you to Mateen, Max, and Hyang. So that's great. We should be 6 subscribers away. I'll play a crab dance for you guys. Again, we have more things to cover, so don't go anywhere. We're just gonna have a couple of rounds of crab dances.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you!
All right, we went black there for a second. Thank you again, guys, so much. Let me move on to the next topic. Again, I want to cover this with you. And thank you guys for signing up on Patreon. I think we can get to the goal today, so that would be very good. And I appreciate it. So, here we go. Oh, boy. This guy just doesn't stop. He doesn't stop. Joe Biden did a giant poo. So he was in Poland, near the Ukrainian border, and he gives a speech. Let me play the clip to you. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Will never grind down their will to be free. Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia, for free people refused to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. We will have a different future, a brighter future, rooted in democracy and principle, hope and light, of decency and dignity, of freedom and possibilities. For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Your ass did not just implicate us in World War III. You were not doing this. You don't. I feel like people don't understand how bad this is. It's already one thing to go and threaten another country, like a sovereign country, with regime change, right? As the United States does with Syria. Assad must go. Gaddafi must go, right? Maduro must go, like as if it's their country. But doing that to a nuclear power, and not just any nuclear power, Russia, right? Again, the history that they've had, even during the height of the Cold War, you never had a U.S. president say that about a Russian president, a Russian leader, that they have to be, they have to go. They cannot remain in power. Even during the Cold War. Okay? This guy is absolutely unbelievable. And then the next day, he, immediately there was damage control. Immediately, the White House, like within the hour, they're already saying, no, Biden didn't mean it that way. Like, we don't support regime change. No, of course not. They knew he screwed up. They knew it. They knew he screwed up. And the next day, so just a few hours ago, he gets asked this question. Let's take a look at that.
Do you believe what you said, that Putin can't remain in power? Or do you now regret saying that because your government has been trying to walk that back? Did your words complicate matters?
Well, you asked three different questions. I'll answer them all. Number one, I'm not walking anything back. The fact of the matter is I was expressing the moral outrage I felt toward the way Putin is dealing and the actions of this man. Just brutality. Half the children in Ukraine. I just come from being with those families. And so, but I want to make it clear, I wasn't then, nor am I now, articulating a policy change. I was expressing the moral outrage that I feel, and I make no apologies for it.
Personal feelings?
My personal feelings. Secondly, you asked me about, well, what was the second part?
Complicate the diplomacy of this moment.
No, I don't think it does. The fact is that we're in a situation where what complicates the situation at the moment is the escalatory efforts of Putin to continue to engage in carnage, the kind of behavior that makes the whole world say, my God, what is this man doing? That's what complicates things a great deal. But I don't think it complicates it at all.
What was that last sentence? He's like, that's what complicates things a great deal, but I don't think it complicates it at all. What? You just said. You know what I love is how he basically tries to pin it on Putin. Like, you just called for the guy to be Gaddafi'd, you're saying the guy needs to be ousted, and then you're saying that he's escalating. No, you escalated. Escalating means to take things further. Putin didn't say you should be regime change. You said that. You escalated. Like, that's literally the definition of what you just said. Oh, man. Oh, that is really a giant poo. That is a giant poo. And it turns out, like, if someone photographed his notes from the video I was just telling you about, look at what he's got written on his cue cards, right? So it says over here, this is from Biden, right? These are real, published by New York Post. So it says here, tough Putin Q&A talking points. Number one, if you weren't, so this is supposed to be the question from the reporter. If you weren't advocating for regime change, what did you mean? Can you clarify? And then Biden is supposed to say, I was expressing the moral outrage I felt toward the actions of the man. I was not articulating a change in policy. So obviously that was typed up by a staffer or something. And my point here, of course it's normal to have notes. Everyone has notes. There's nothing wrong with that. But my point here is that, like, the White House scrambling to walk back the comments, the media giving him a pass. You had people saying that either he didn't mean that, or they were trying to deflect to Putin, or they were saying that it's actually good. Like, yeah, but Putin should be, he should be gotten rid of. So all various means of, backtracking and defending Biden. And you can see here, of course, they know that he really screwed up. Because he's not just saying it, he's literally next door. Like, it's like someone coming outside your house and saying they're coming in to remove you. Outside your house, right? He's on the Russian border. He's on the he was on the Polish border with Ukraine, right? So he was meeting with all the refugees that have gone there. You have 2 million plus refugees now. But he's basically in the backyard, Russia's backyard, and he's saying this. They held that speech there for a reason. And you cannot, let's not bullshit each other. You cannot listen to what he said and then say that that's not escalatory. It is. And saying that you're going to walk back those comments when you made them to Russia, it's not something you walk back. This is, again, the arrogance. Like, they get away with saying these things so often about Maduro and Bashar al-Assad. And, they said that about Saddam Hussein as well, and Gaddafi. But, man, let me tell you something. If you think for 1 second that Russia is going to allow the United States or NATO to do to Putin what they did to Gaddafi, you are in for a big surprise. Russia will nuke the fucking planet before they allow that to happen. Because remember, Gaddafi, they put a bayonet in his ass. They violated him, and then they executed him. That is how he went down. And that is the doing of Hillary Clinton and half of Biden's current administration. They destroyed that country. They destroyed that country, and they brutally murdered that guy. It's all on video, right? So if you think the Russians, who regrettably, their votes at the UN at that time, not good. But if you think the Russians are going to allow that to happen, you are in for a big surprise. They will use the nukes first. The same with North Korea. North Korea will nuke you before they allow that shit to happen. This is not a game, right? You don't say these things to nuclear powers. And here's a funny bit. They actually brought on Leon Panetta, who's the former head of the CIA, to get his take.
Leon Panetta, the former Defense Secretary, the former CIA Director, former White House Chief of Staff. Director, always good having you. Did the president adequately explain his position?
Well, I think all of us share moral outrage about Putin and the brutality that he's shown towards Ukrainian people. That's understandable. But this is a moment in time when we just have to be unified between the United States and our allies, show strong unity, and not raise anything that might confuse that relationship. And so I think in the end, it's a comment that probably should not have been used. And I hope it's important that the president exercise as much discipline as possible.
You fucked up when the former head of one of the most corrupt organizations on earth is saying, no, you probably shouldn't have said that, man. Again, this guy used to be the head of the CIA, right? So I can tell you one thing. Besides escalating, right, which is what Biden did, Biden is double, 2 times an idiot. You know why? Because for the longest time, the Russians, Putin, they have been saying that NATO poses an existential threat to Russia, and they have long suspected that the goal in Russia is regime change. And Biden just confirmed this and handed it to Putin on a silver fucking platter. He gave him a soundbite. I mean, it's not really a soundbite. It's a direct quote. It's not taken out of context. He literally, gave it to Putin, gave it to the Russians on a silver platter. He said, "You are right. We are coming for you." If you are the Russians, put yourself in their shoes for a moment, and you've been suspecting that regime change is the goal, and you say that NATO is an existential threat. This is basically just increasing the Russians' resolve. It's basically telling the Russians, yes, you are right to do what you're doing because this is our goal. It's not about saving Ukraine. Saving Ukraine, as they claim, they claim they're saving Ukraine. You ask me, they're using Ukraine. But in any case, ostensibly, if your goal is to save Ukraine, that is very, very different from deposing the leader of the largest country on earth with the most nukes on the planet. Those are two absolutely, completely different things, and anyone trying to tell you otherwise is an idiot or a liar, or someone who wants World War III. So this is really bad. Again, just to put that in context, in World War, during the Cold War, no U.S. president ever said something like that, to my knowledge. Just to give you an idea, how bad this is, that even at the worst of times, when they were this close to nuking each other, the U.S. president wouldn't say that. And this idiot, he not only says it, he says it in Russia's backyard. And then the next day, he's I'm not walking it back. It was just the emotional thing, Too much pride. It won't apologize, It doesn't matter if he did. Let's be real. He handed everything the Russians want on a silver platter. This is really a huge PR disaster, honestly. And I think it was Max Abrams. He was saying basically that Biden is probably going to give less and less interviews now because of these blunders. Again, we're always giving them the benefit of the doubt, right? Every time NATO does a giant poo, it's a blunder, it's a gaffe, it's a mistake. There's no ill intent. They're always innocent, right? Thank you, November Pierce. I appreciate it very much. Nestor says Biden will get regime changed in 2022. What do you mean? At the midterms? I mean, I don't know. I expect that's not going to go so well. In any case. Wow. Thank you guys very much. You're very kind, and we've actually just hit the goal. We hit the goal on Patreon. I'm so grateful to you. I want to say thank you to Yasmin, Anastasia, Shadi, Alina, Kotka, and Anetmam. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you very much, because it's in Cyrillic. I can't read it. I'm sorry, but I appreciate it very much. And thank you so much. Yasmin says, sorry for typos. Peace and love from Australia. Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, we hit the goal, guys. I'm going to play a crab dance for all of you. Guys, show them some love. Thank you. You guys are very kind. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right. Guys, take a look at this. Claudia is kind enough to update the graph. So, or the Biden thermometer. We're at 741. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have ascended to 750. Yes. Thank you guys very much. I cannot believe this. Honestly, a few weeks ago, we were like at 360 people on Patreon. Now 750. That's astronomical. My dream of having a Henry Kissinger pinata gets closer and closer by the day. I'm not joking. I promised you guys, since I started, when we hit 1,000 Patreons one day, inshallah, I will have a vote with you. I'll hold a poll and let you vote on what politician you would like on a piñata, and we're gonna bust it open, man. That'll be fun, right? Obviously, I do not condone violence. It's just a piñata. So that will be a fun treat, and we're getting closer and closer by the day. Again, thank you to everyone who supports the program. You can donate $1 a month or €1 a month, anything you like. I'm grateful, and of course, if you want, you can also send a donation on PayPal or Venmo or CashApp. I have the QR codes on the screen, so you just have to scan it. I plugging the show is my least favorite part, but I got to do it. That's the nature of independent media. That's how I make a living, and how I can continue to do what I'm doing. So it's thanks to you guys. I'm very grateful. Although again, according to my detractors, I have 750 supporters on Patreon, and they are all apparently Bashar al-Assad under a different name. That's of course what my detractors would have you believe. In any case, thank you guys very much. I wanted to cover something else with you. So, Tahiri says new crab dance. Yes, Claudia is actually in the process of making a new crab dance, because when we hit a goal, as we just did, I always come out with a new crab dance. I'm trying to see if Claudia is going to do it right now. She said so I'm excited to see what it is, because I don't know, right? I wanted to cover something with you guys just briefly, because I wanted to dedicate some I wanted to cover this a separate time, but let's go through it anyway, just briefly. You guys also asked me to touch on it, so I'll oblige you. Okay, so I'm sure you guys... How can we break this down? Let's imagine that you don't know anything about this subject. You're tuning in for the first time. And by the way, if you are tuning in for the first time, please subscribe. This is the spot for international relations. Don't ask me, ask the viewers in the chat. So you guys have heard these stories about the biolabs in Ukraine. And again, I spoke with Diliana Gaitanjeva. She's been covering this for years. Not now when it became trendy. And the interview with her is on the channel. And she covered the existence of these US-funded laboratories in Georgia and in countries surrounding Russia many years ago. And of course, up until a few weeks ago, this was a conspiracy theory. And then all of a sudden, Victoria Nuland, she confirms in a Senate hearing to Marco Rubio that they exist and they are US-funded, and she's afraid of them falling into Russian hands. Now, just to bring you up to speed, because there's been more developments from this. First of all, I just want to laugh at the post a second, because the tweet, the New York Post, they put this on Twitter, and the headline says, Hunter Biden helped secure funds for US biolab contractor in Ukraine. And I'm just trying to wonder what the picture has to do with the headline. They're just, I'm just trying to imagine the conversation at the New York Post headquarters. They're like, well, the headline is about biolabs. Can we use a picture of, Hunter Biden and his titties? And the lawyers are like, yes, go ahead. It just doesn't match at all with what they're saying. In any case, you guys remember this is a highly controversial story, because they, basically Hunter Biden is Joe Biden's son, the US president. He took his laptop to a shop to get it repaired. And somebody stole all of his stuff and gave it to the New York Post, all these documents about his business dealings in Ukraine and China. And that happened on the cusp of the election in 2020, right? So because it was right before an election, everybody scrambled to smear it, to attack it. They said it was Russian disinformation. They said that it was fake, which is interesting because Hunter Biden and Joe Biden themselves not once came out and said the contents of the laptop are fake. So if the guy's laptop, it's his laptop, and he's not even saying that it's fake, how are you going to come here and tell me it's Russian disinformation? Well, they did. You had like 40 U.S. officials, former heads of the CIA, all of these spooks and spies who signed this letter insisting it's Russian disinformation. Of course, it wasn't, right? It's just because they were trying to save Biden right on the cusp of an election against Trump. And so the New York Times came out just a few days ago and confirmed that the contents of the laptop are indeed true, right? So now that Biden is in office, it's okay. Who cares, right? Now they'll do their job as journalists. Now, this story is of particular interest, and I wanted to go through it with you. You guys have been asking me to look at this. Again, I was going to save it for the next time because we've already been on for like 2 hours, but you know I don't stop. So let's dig through this, right? So they say that, again, this headline is the same, and they have all these files from his photos from his laptop and so on. And again, I want to be clear about something. I don't think it's... I get this story fine, but at the same time, I think it's kind of low to, mock the guy because he has like a drug problem or he's, posting his personal pictures. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of trashy. I don't know. I have no love whatsoever for Joe Biden or his family or his politics at all. But out of principle, I think it's a bit trashy. I don't think it's really appropriate. In any case, going back to the article. So they say that Russia's assertion that President Biden's son Hunter was, quote, financing biological laboratories in Ukraine was based in truth, according to emails reviewed by the Post. A trove of emails on Hunter Biden's infamous laptop, the existence of which was exclusively reported by the Post in October 2020, found that he played a role in helping a California defense contractor analyze killer diseases and bioweapons in Ukraine. Now, Moscow has claimed that secret American biological warfare labs in Ukraine were justification for its unprovoked invasion of the neighboring country last month. It doubled down on the accusations Thursday, claimed the labs produced biochemical weapons at the Biden family's behest, right? And so, the Duma is again the Russian legislative body. So a spokesperson for them said that, quote, U.S. President Joe Biden himself is involved in the creation of biolabs in Ukraine. Again, I don't see the point of posting these pictures. I don't think it's really nice. So just afterwards, they say that an investment fund run by his son, Hunter Biden, funded research and the implementation of the United States military biological program. It is obvious that Joe Biden, as his father and the head of state, was aware of this activity. The Russians are demanding a U.S. congressional investigation and a White House explanation. I doubt you'll be getting one of those in the near future, but in any case. So U.S. intelligence officials earlier dismissed Russia's messaging as war propaganda, explaining that Ukraine's network of biological labs dedicated to pathogen research were not secret and had publicly received funding from Washington. Again, just to be clear, I went through this extensively a few weeks ago, the whole biolabs thing with Diliana on several occasions, and also with input from Claudia. She's a biologist herself. So if you want to learn more about that, it's on the channel, but I'm going to continue here. So Russia's new claim that the First Sons Investment Fund was involved in raising money for biolab projects in Ukraine was accurate, according to emails involving Hunter Biden's dealings in Ukraine. So this company called Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners invested $500,000 in the San Francisco pathogen research company Metabiota. Sorry, it was the fund, right, that invested in the company Metabiota and raised millions for them through firms that included Goldman Sachs, the bank, right, according to the emails found on the computer. And Hunter introduced Metabiota to officials at Burisma. So you guys remember Burisma, is the gas company in Ukraine where Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, they put him on the board. They gave him a board position. The guy has no experience with gas. He has no clue what he's doing. It's corruption, right? So he was being paid $50,000 a month to do nothing. And this is at the time when Biden, his father, was vice president under Obama. And I think this is very important because, forget the biolab story for a moment. You can see that Joe Biden and a lot of other Democrats have a lot of business dealings with Ukraine. So they have an interest in keeping that going. They love oligarchs. It's so stupid. They're like, oh, those Russian oligarchs. It's just another way of saying a billionaire. You have many of those in the US. You love them. They're your friends. They get you in office, don't they? They buy your elections. And so, and you do business with them all the time. You make a quick buck. So it's hilarious that they pretend to have a problem with oligarchs when they're running the same kind of rackets, if not worse, in Ukraine and the US. So again, just important to keep that in mind. They have a vested interest, in Ukraine, which is not political. It's also economic, right? So, a memo from Meta Biota official to the then vice president's son in 2014 said the company could, quote, assert Ukraine's cultural and economic independence from Russia. Now, Meta Biota vice president Mary Gutierrez also wrote to Hunter about geopolitical issues involving the company's research in the former Soviet Republic in April 2014, which is 2 months after Russia invaded and annexed the Crimea region. So the quote says, her memo says, as promised, I've prepared the attached memo, which provides an overview of Meta Biota, our engagement in Ukraine, and how we can potentially leverage our team, networks, and concepts to assert Ukraine's cultural and economic independence from Russia and continued integration into Western society. Now, days later, Burisma, so this is the gas company, right? A Burisma executive wrote to Biden about a, as you called, Science Ukraine project. That's very, very, very nice code name, right? So, this is a very interesting part. I think this is explosive. So, in the email, they say, as I understand, the Meta Biota was a subcontract to a principal contractor of the DoD and BNV engineering, right? So, the DoD is the Pentagon, okay? So, this company, this science company that Biden's son introduced to executives at Burisma, the gas company where he was given this job, look what happened. They got a contract worth $23.9 million from the Pentagon. Incredible, right? Wow. That's very interesting. And look at this. What do we have here? Oh la la. The U.S. Defense Threat Reduction Agency. That is the exact same department in the Pentagon that runs the biolabs, which Diliana talked about and we exposed. I mean, she exposed, of course, but I brought her on the program where she reiterated all of her brilliant investigative reporting from years ago, which is all proven to be true. So again, this name is very important, right? The U.S. Defense Threat Reduction Agency. And so they had previously commissioned BNV. So do you see how all these companies are connected to each other? The gas company is connected to the science company, connected to the Pentagon, and to the biolabs. Very, very interesting, right? Very interesting. Now, Hunter Biden's ventures raised the eyebrows of a former CIA officer. So Sam Faddis said that, quote, his father was the vice president of the U.S. and in charge of relations with Ukraine. So why was Hunter not only on the board of a suspect Ukrainian gas firm, but also hooked them up with a company working on bioweapons research? It's an obvious Russian propaganda attempt to take advantage of this, but it doesn't change the fact that there does seem to be something that needs to be explored here. I agree with this sentence. This is a completely objective, balanced, and fair and accurate sentence. Of course, Russia are going to exploit the shit out of this. There's a fucking war on. Of course, any country with a that is in a war or in an adversarial situation is going to exploit this story. But it doesn't make it not true, right? It doesn't mean it's a lie. That is the thing. And this is where liberals, they have cognitive dissonance and they just don't want to accept it. They no, it's fake. It's fake. It's the same thing with the Nazis. Of course, Russia is exploiting the existence of Nazis to justify what it's doing in Ukraine, right? That doesn't mean there are no Nazis. That doesn't mean the Nazis don't have power in Ukraine. They're just a few Nazis like the ADL is pretending. I mean, this is insane. This is madness. You know, both those things can be true at once. You don't have to fucking exclude the reality because you hate Russia so much. My goodness. My goodness. And again, what I would like to say, I'm going off on a tangent here, but even if there were 0 Nazis and 0 biolabs in Ukraine, the threat of NATO expansion is still there. I don't even see that. I feel like what they're doing in US propaganda is they'll bring up the biolabs, say, oh, that's disinformation, right? Hunter Biden, his laptop is disinformation. The biolabs, disinformation, right? The Nazis, disinformation. But then when it comes to NATO expansion, they don't say a word because that one is, they can't even touch it. There's no way around that one, right? Anyone can just pick up a map and look at NATO bases around Russia. It's a bit more difficult to counter that, isn't it? So again, here they're saying like, why is Hunter Biden? This is the CIA guy, right? Again, I don't really care what his cocaine habit has to do with all of this. You don't have to like shit on people with mental problems just to make your point. I don't get that, or post their naked pictures. It's just stupid. Anyway, so this is the article. That was it. But I think it's really important to remember that Biden was not just the vice president at the time. He was also in charge of, he's basically top envoy to Ukraine. And the fact that he was bragging on camera, you remember this video we watched together, how he got this prosecutor fired. I mean, that is very like clearly interfering in the judiciary of a sovereign nation. If someone, like, can you imagine someone saying like, yeah, I got that prosecutor in the US fired? What? Like, the Americans would be offended, wouldn't they? Right? But apparently it's okay for the US vice president to go and threaten a member of the judiciary in a sovereign country into being fired. It's another country. Do you understand? This is not the US. It's not his country. And he is bullying. This is corruption. And he did that to stop him looking into corruption. So, and he brags about it on camera like they don't even care. It's incredible. It's incredible. So I think it's very interesting that Biden's son is linked to all this. I think it makes it harder to also dismiss the whole biolabs thing and all of that as Russian propaganda. But even if you weren't, I think that the evidence is very compelling. People like Diliana have done extraordinary work, and it's really unfair because for a long time, she got attacked for that. Like when she was live with me, I played the videos for you so you could see what happened, where she was confronting US officials at the EU and they threw her out. They literally threw her out because she brought up the biolabs. So do you see, like, she's the kind of journalist who is brave enough to write about these things when they were not popular and when there was no one else. And that's very daunting. Like after all these years, she's right. She's proven right. So I'm very, very, I'm not surprised to see the same agency coming back here, the U.S. Defense Threat Reduction Agency, right? So that they were named extensively in the biolabs research that Diliana did. And just because Russia uses this as a propaganda point, I mean, whatever you want to call it, just because Russia brings this up doesn't make it, doesn't make it fake. Doesn't mean it's a lie. It's quite real, actually. It's quite real. Again, I'm just laughing at this like the pictures just do not match the headline at all. In any case. Give me a second, guys. Oh, you're very kind. You guys just keep coming. We've got we've got Walid, Karen, and someone else who just signed up on Patreon, but I can't see their name for some reason. I'm sorry. I hope I've read all your names. I'm not going to play the crab dance immediately because we got a new one. Claudia's just about to send it to me, so I'm really excited to play that for you. So just give me a few minutes and then I'll play the crab dance for you. Let me just read through your comments. Let's see what you guys... Thank you, Alexander, for the PayPal. I appreciate that. Thank you to Liana. You're very kind. Thank you very much. Let me see on YouTube what you guys are saying. Some of you might be sending super chats and I'm just rambling on and I don't see it. So you need to give me a moment. I'm just curious, how long have you guys been subscribed? Like, you're watching right now. Did some of you like just find the channel randomly? Because a week ago when I was streaming, I asked you this question, and some of you were like, I just found the channel when I was browsing YouTube. I'm like, great, the algorithm is working. Lovely, lovely. So I'm curious to know how long you've been subscribed, where you found the channel. You know, that's really good. That's really good. So just tell me while I'm looking up the super chats that you guys sent, so I can read them to you. Pirate says America is attempting to overthrow Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan. It's happening now, and next week there's a vote. The US is trying to put in a puppet. So I think I know what you're talking about. There are several things that have just happened in Pakistan. Number one, there is a letter that was sent to Imran Khan, the Prime Minister, where they were threatening him, right? And the other thing is the vote you just mentioned, the vote of no confidence. So I think, like you said, it hasn't happened yet. But if you want, we can look into that. I'd be very happy to do that because I love Pakistan very much. So just give me a second to get this ready. I love a good impromptu segment there, boy. Yes, bloody good show. Claudia sent the new crab dance, so give me a moment and I'm gonna play it to you. I'm so excited. Let's go, man. Let's go. Okay, I've got it. Are you guys ready? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh goodness. Here we go. I haven't seen this.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
What was that? Oh God, you put Hunter Biden in there. Oh, Claudia, what have you done? What have you done? I was just saying the picture is so mean. Why did they do that to Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Like Saddam Hussein. Oh, that was amazing. Thank you. That was great. That was lovely. Oh, wow. Denver, thank you for the super chat. Denver says, I'm super happy you're getting more and more people on board. I believe I subscribed after an appearance or a reference on Jimmy Dore. It's been a while. Well, I've never been on Jimmy Dore. He's been on my show, but I don't know, maybe, I think Glenn was talking about maybe our, my reporting on Assange, Glenn Greenwald, about me and Kevin Gostola. Maybe that's it. I'm glad you found the channel that way, and I'm glad you've been sticking around. So thank you. I appreciate that very much, Denver. Let me circle back to. I'm actually getting lost. There's too many super chats, which is a good problem to have. But I can't keep up. You guys have been sending so many things. You have to give me a moment to get back to it. So this is the thing with Pakistan. Okay, let's take a look quickly at what's going on. Yeah, there's a video. I'll get you the video as well, so you guys can see what's happening. And again, just let me check quickly. I think on Telegram. Oh, we are almost at 5,000 subscribers on Telegram, or followers. Again, if Telegram is free, I just think it's good because when I go live, I always let you know, and you never miss a live stream. YouTube doesn't always tell you, so it's good to be safe. The Telegram is t.me/Medhurst. Anyway, let me show you what's happening in Pakistan. I want to find that speech with the letter because it was from just earlier, actually. And
शरीफ ने खत पार्लियामेंट
well, okay, so oh god, look at this. Sorry, just look at this garbage from neoliberals. Like this, it's not even neoliberals. Bill Kristol's a neoconservative, but it kind of shows you how they're basically aligned with each other. This is a tweet that he wrote. For some reason, keep ending up on my timeline. Look at this. You know how we were talking about like people justifying what Putin, what Biden said about Putin, that he must be regime changed. Look, this is the kind of response that you get from these neoconservative bastards from George Bush's administration. They say like, oh, I guess the Republican position is that Putin should remain in power. No, that's like the position. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that the position is no World War III. You absolute dingus. Although I wouldn't expect Bill Kristol to understand that because again, he was in Bush's administration. So, you know, he loves regime change. He fucking loves that. He loves it. It's incredible that these dinosaurs are still around, and they learn nothing. I think, you know, the problem is not that they are around. The problem is that they're, you know, they're not lambasted enough. Because I can tell you one thing, I get the impression people forget very quickly. They forget too quickly who Bush is, what he did. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So I'm sure Claudia, again, this story with oh, what is this? I really want to cover this Pakistan thing. So guys, give me a few minutes to get everything ready because I wasn't planning on doing it today. I wanted to do it tomorrow. But before I forget, I'll give you some dates. So either yeah, so tomorrow, I don't know what time zone you guys are in, but I mean, basically Tuesday, I will publish my investigative report on Yemen. Again, this is, I did this with an Oxford economist who used to work at the World Bank. He's from Yemen. He's in Yemen. All of these figures are completely neutral, unbiased. Again, I'll explain in detail, but my point is it's coming out tomorrow. So I will post the article everywhere. So if you're not following on Twitter, please follow. The website where I'll post it is richardmedhurst.com and also on Substack. So richardmedhurst.substack.com. And I think it's important, not just because I wrote it, but because everyone is focused on Ukraine. No one gives a shit about Yemen anymore. But we should give a shit because, you know, the people on the news, they act like Ukrainian refugees are worth more, right? Oh, they have blonde hair and blue eyes. It's not enough to criticize those people for saying that. Like I myself, I have to actually show that I do give more of a shit than they do, and that it's not like just one way. You know, I'm not just going to only talk about Ukraine. So that's why I wanted to put this out, because it's so important. And no, I've never seen anyone talk about this, because they only talk about the bombings. We know that Saudi Arabia is buying the bombs from the UK, from the US. We know this already. We know about the famine. I'm not trying to denigrate this, by the way. My point is that on top of that, there's still the siege that no one talks about. And that is exactly what this report is meant to do, is to explain to you the astronomical costs. Like I myself, I'm still in disbelief. I see these figures and my brain cannot digest them, but they're real. That it is so bad. And so that's coming out tomorrow, and I will of course, if you don't want to read, that's okay, because I'll be coming live here on the channel to explain everything. I'll walk you through it as succinctly and concisely as I can. And of course, next week, I'm telling you guys these things so you write this down. You have the date saved. So on Thursday, hold on, give me a second. So, in 2 days, on Thursday, March 31st, at 8 p.m. EST, I will have Scott Ritter back on the show, because, you know, that interview I did with him a month ago, like right as Russia was going into Ukraine, like while it was literally unfolding. I don't know anyone else who was streaming, man. Again, I'm not trying to gas myself up, but I was on for like 10 hours with you guys, and I brought him on, and that thing went viral, which is really great. And right now it's been a month since the operation started, and I want to bring Scott back on to go through it, like see where we're at from a military point of view, because he's a military man, former Marine Corps, so he knows his stuff, and I want to get his opinion on everything. So again, remember, this Thursday, March 31st, Thursday, 8 p.m. EST, here live on the channel. Don't miss it. And like I said, the Yemen piece will be coming out tomorrow. So there you go. In any case, I'm trying to find the speech with... Guys, honestly, this thing with the gas is not funny. I really don't know what's going to happen. You know, the Europeans saying they don't want to pay. This is stupid. They cannot be serious. What are they going to do? For the love of God, someone explain to me what they're going to do. What is the strategy here? Can I just add one more thing? Because I was talking before about how there was this video that's popped up online that's been circulating about the horrific, you know, what they were doing to the POWs. I'm trying very carefully not to trigger the, you know, big brother. I wanted to add one more thing to that, which I forgot to mention. I've been wanting to say this actually for a while. And you know, another thing that I wanted to add, this video that's been going around, you basically have Ukrainian soldiers calling the families of the deceased, right? So of dead Russian soldiers, to mock and swear at them, right? So, again, I mean, this is just harrowing. I'd appreciate it if we had a version with subtitles, although I got to be very honest, I'm just not really in the mood for playing this again. It's quite upsetting, you know? To my knowledge, this has been verified. Again, I would not be surprised if a lot of things turn out to be fake, because that's what's happened, but to my knowledge, this has been verified. If I'm wrong, please feel free to correct me, but, you know, the things that do turn out to be fake, we've covered them. This is not one of them to my knowledge. And the big video that everyone is talking about right now with the POWs being in the knees, that is real. Even the New York Times confirmed that. So, you know, it's really harrowing stuff. Okay.
कि उन्होंने इमामत की, वर्ल्ड लीडर्स बने।
Is there a version of the Imran Khan speech with English subtitles? That would be useful. I don't speak Urdu, unfortunately. I only know a few words from when we used to live in Pakistan. Like one word. Unfortunately. I would love to speak it. I love languages. In any case, let me just go back to the... Claudia's going to help me find it in the background. I'm going to keep talking to you guys. Ubik says a swear word, I guess. Actually, no, I don't know any swear words in Urdu. I just know how to say jaldi chalo, which is like hurry up. Jaldi. Oh, thank you. Pirate Smurf says it's on Al Jazeera English. Thank you very much. You guys know I'm always multitasking. I'm like talking to you and looking up at the same time. Sometimes it just, you know, you do something a million times, and when you got people watching you, you're just like so slow at it. Let me see. I think I've got it. Yeah, thank you very much, Pirate Smurf. Bless you. I found it. This is the video I wanted to show you. So I'm going to play this to you and try to break down the situation as eloquently as I can. Hopefully I can do the story justice, because again, not everything is clear just yet, but okay. So just to give you a tiny update on what's happening in Pakistan, the Prime Minister Imran Khan, his leadership is being challenged. Now, there are several things that are happening, right? So he was at a rally just today, and he gave a very important speech. It's gone viral, and I'll play it to you in a second. And this is after he received a letter. So he says that someone sent him a letter threatening him, threatening to oust him, and he's also facing a vote of no confidence, right? So let me just play you this speech and then we'll continue.
हमारे मुल्क में बाहर से पैसे की मदद से हुकूमत तब्दील करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। पैसा बाहर से है, लोग हमारे इस्तेमाल हो रहे हैं, ज्यादातर अनजाने में, लेकिन कुछ जानबूझ के ये पैसा इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं हमारे खिलाफ। पाकिस्तानी कौम ने ये फैसला करना है कि वो बाहर के अरबों रुपए लेके हुकूमत के खिलाफ साजिश करने वाले गुलामों को कामयाब होने देंगे और ये है सोशल मीडिया का जमाना। कोई चीज नहीं छुपती। तो पाकिस्तानी कौम बेदार है। हम किसी की गुलामी कबूल नहीं करेंगे। हम सबसे
That's very interesting, because just a week ago, you guys remember that the EU sent him a letter to Imran Khan, and they said, why aren't you doing enough against Putin? Why aren't you condemning Russia? Because the day that the war started, February 24th, everyone's rushing to sanction Putin, and Imran Khan not only does not sanction Russia, he actually goes to Moscow and buys 2 million tons of wheat and gas. Right, which is kind of like giving the finger to the West in a way, right? And he gets this letter from the EU, and they're saying, like, why aren't you doing enough? We don't appreciate your stance. And then he said, we're not your slaves. Like, who do you think you are? And I showed you a bit of that speech. It's very good. I like his attitude. The EU and the West, they really think that everybody else is their subordinate. The Indians, the Pakistanis, the Arabs, the Africans. This is really how they think. They think that everyone should follow what they're doing. And so in any case, just going back to what's happening right now, Khan is facing, challenge to his leadership. I would imagine that, I don't know if that's the main reason that they're trying to get rid of him. I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of them. You remember Pakistan is a very, very important country. It borders Afghanistan. It's a nuclear power. And absolutely gorgeous. I mean, I lived there for a few years when I was a child. I miss it very, very much. But geopolitically speaking, it is extremely important. And this is without a doubt one of those countries where the Americans really want someone who plays ball, because of its geostrategic importance, right? And so again, I'm just speculating here. I don't know who sent him this threatening letter, because obviously it was anonymous, and we'll get to that in a second. But just to show you internally what's happening, this is from the parliament, right? So from the National Assembly. Basically, they've tabled a no confidence motion against him. So again, for those of you who are maybe from the US, what this means, this is something you have in the UK, for example, in the British Parliament, and in Pakistan. Your party can basically try to oust you by tabling a vote of no confidence. They tried to do this with Jeremy Corbyn, right? So it's basically everybody inside the party trying to gang up against the leader and get rid of them. Didn't work with Corbyn, and now they're trying to do something similar, right, to Imran Khan. And let me just right. So there's a no confidence motion to remove Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan presented in Parliament on Monday. The House will begin a debate on the motion, which was moved by opposition leader Shehbaz Sharif on Thursday. Now, in a massive show of strength ahead of a crucial no-confidence motion against his government, he said, basically, they had this rally, right? I wanted to show you actually the size of this thing. It's absolutely enormous. I wanted to show you first what he says, but man, look, just give me a moment to pull up this video. It's absolutely, look at this. I don't know if you can quite see that, but it's something to behold, right? And this is in Islamabad. This is in the capital. So just going back to here, right? So he addressed a mammoth rally. That's a good way to describe it, right? Where he claimed that foreign powers were involved in a conspiracy to topple his coalition government, right? So he said that foreign elements are using local politicians and money to mend the country's foreign policy, and asserted that he has a letter as evidence to support his claims. So he doesn't specify who exactly. I have some ideas, right? But just to continue, he says that you're using money against them. they're pressuring them from within, right, and compromising the national interest. They say that his marathon speech lasted more than an hour and a half. Okay, man. Now, I got to interrupt you right there because I do 8-hour live streams. That's a marathon. I needed to flex for a second. So, he says, the letter I have is proof. And I wanted to dare anyone who is doubting this letter. I will invite them off the record. We have to decide for how long we will have to live like this. We are getting threats. There are many things about foreign conspiracy which will be shared very soon. I'm honestly, I'm excited to know what sort of powers he's accusing. Right? Let's take a look here at this other bit of his speech.
हमें पता है कि किन-किन जगहों से बाहर से हम पे दबाव डालने की कोशिश की जा रही है. हमें पता है. लेकिन हमारे मुल्क की मफाद में लिखकर हम कह रहे हैं कि हमारे मुल्क की मफाद में, लेकिन लिख के हमें धमकी दी गई है. शाह महमूद ने अभी आपसे कोई बात की थी. हमें कहा है कि मुल्क की मफाद हमें धमकी दी गई है, लेकिन पाकिस्तानियों, हम मुल्क की मफाद पर कोई समझौता नहीं करेंगे.
I'm sorry, my audio went out there for a second. I don't know if you could hear anything, but I just wanted to say that I suspect, I'm just speculating. I'm waiting for him to elaborate on this thing, but I'm just speculating. The Americans have something to do with this because I feel like his foreign policy is too peaceful for the region. You know, when you start, when the whole colonial strategy is what? It's divide and conquer, right? So when you have Pakistan that is not playing ball in terms of Russia, right? They're continuing to maintain ties with Russia, diplomatic and economic. When there's sort of a détente in terms of Pakistan's relationship with India, they don't like these things, right? Now, again, I'm just speculating. I'm waiting to see what else comes out of this, but I just want to say that it's not a good sign because usually when you got people in the global south warning about foreign intervention, this me personally, this reminds me a lot of what Gaddafi was saying, right? You know, they would come like from the BBC and they would come and sit down with him and interview him and say like, oh, the rebels and all this stuff. And, you know, he would correct them immediately and say, there is nothing coming from here. This is all coming from outside. And they're using the people of our country they're turning them against their own government. They're turning the people of Libya against each other. Again, I could be completely wrong, but this is what makes me think of that. I don't know about you guys. This is... Cam35 says, just say it, Richie. It's the CIA and farmed out to their child, the NED. Basically, yeah. For those of you who don't know, the NED is the National Endowment of Democracy, right? So it's a really nice way of saying it's the CIA's PR department, if you will. I mean, they don't just do PR. They fund a lot of these things, of course. And the name is... You know, with these institutions, the name is always the opposite of what it is. So, like, if it's the Department of Defense, it's the Department of Offense, and when it's the National Endowment of Democracy, it's nothing to do with democracy. It's it's just a tool in the toolkit for regime change. It's just I love these names. They're kind of funny. They're creative, right? It's like so CIA, you know. So. Can I just remind you of something? In Pakistan, do you know how many people died in Pakistan? Even though a lot of people don't think about this, they think the war was just in Afghanistan. No. You have literally tens of thousands of people who died in Pakistan. the place where I was when I was a child, the Khyber Pass, which is the sort of Wild West of that region, where you have the Taliban, where you have Al Qaeda, that formed, is because, or we're operating out of, is because there actually, there is no real border, especially in those days, like early 90s. Obviously, on a map, there's a border, but in reality, there's the sign, like there was literally a sign that says you're on your own. The government's not responsible for you because they don't control this area, right? Like that's how wild it is in terms of like Wild West. There's no rules. And my point is that you have an overlap, like geographically and politically, that goes back several decades. And so that's why the war in Afghanistan was spilling over into Pakistan. And of course, it reminds me a bit of what the US was doing in Vietnam, right? So they were officially in Vietnam, but they were also attacking Laos and Cambodia all the time, and they were doing it covertly. I don't think they were able to hide it with Pakistan, but, a lot of people died, a lot of civilians. This is like he was saying it himself, Imran Khan, the other day. He was saying that's what Pakistan, like, we helped them, we meaning Pakistan, we helped them, the Americans, in their war on terror, and that's the thanks that we got. They just killed scores of us. So my point here is that this is a sphere of influence that the United States cares about, always has, going back to the 80s. And then before that, the British, of course, colonized India. They were in this entire region, and in Kashmir, Pakistan. So this is a very, very, very important place. Don't think for one second that the CIA and the Americans don't have their eyes on it. I don't know if they're behind the things that he's saying specifically here. When people from the opposition are trying to start a vote of no confidence, it's probably because they don't like him. They don't need the CIA to have to push them. But really, don't underestimate the power of infiltration, because when Gaddafi was warning that outside forces are turning Libyans against each other, this shit is real. And you have that all the time, everywhere. They know how to do these things, how to engineer these things. Like, it would be stupid if they didn't know, given the number of coups that they've done. I can't even count them all. I don't even know what the number is. So they're very good at this. And I'm not necessarily saying the opposition, the head of the opposition is working with the CIA. My point is that when they see that there's some sort of chaos brewing, they will come and add fuel to the fire. Do you understand? I think that's what happened in Syria. You had people that were upset with the government, like people who actually wanted a democracy, or democratic reforms, shall we say. You had people who were straight up extremists. I'm talking about the beginning in 2011. And then what the Americans did, of course, and the British and everyone else, is they came in and took control of the situation. And so they gave all the weapons to the extremists. The extremists killed, all the moderates. Like, it's literally gang warfare. You had them killing each other, at many points. And then they add fuel to the fire, and they take a situation and make it a million times worse because they think that they can exploit it to their own ends. So never underestimate the resolve that they have. And this is stuff that then comes out years later, right? I don't think this guy has nothing better to do than to go and start a rally and yelling about a letter that someone sent him if it didn't carry weight, right? When you don't play ball with the West, they take that personally, in a sense. Right? What I want to say is they hold grudges. In any case, I think that was an impassioned speech, especially the one from 2 weeks ago, when he was talking about the letter. Very, very impassioned. Very, very good. Akbar says 80,000 people died. Yeah, that's true. So we were talking about that in the other video where we were discussing his speech. It's true, 80,000. I think that's a conservative estimate. It's probably higher than that. Whenever it's like with Iraq, they say, oh, it's like 200,000 dead. Yeah, that's conservative, man. What they're not telling you is all the other things that came as a result, as a direct consequence. I think that's a conservative estimate. And Monique says the letter is real. Yeah, undoubtedly. I'm again. Khan does not strike me as the person who would go and make a whole ruckus about a fake letter, because you have people online like trolls and stuff like saying they're posting like memes saying like, oh, this is the letter, and it's just a bunch of like scribbled crap, like making fun of it. I'm pretty sure there's something going on. And again, this is Pakistan. It's always been focus of British colonialism, American imperialism. They always have this area, the whole region in mind. Never forget that. It's very, very crucial. Jeff, I see your comment, and I will try my best. You guys remember last time when I was live, we were trying to gauge what was happening in Ukraine. So we were trying to look at what's happening in Mariupol, right? I saw a video, for example, that was just to give you an idea how much fake stuff is out there. I saw a video today online where they claimed that the Russians were marching out the Azov battalion. Like, there were like basically crowds on both sides, and they were booing the Azov battalion, who were supposedly like a line of POWs or something. And of course, that turned out to be false, right? So from both sides, you got to be careful. Intentionally or unintentionally, there's a lot of fake stuff going around. And the thing is, right now with Mariupol, they're basically saying in most mainstream outlets that you have 100,000, I think it was, 100,000 civilians that are trapped inside there. There's not much news on it being captured, because the other day they were saying that the Russians and their allied forces captured it. But I don't think that turned out to be true, because it's still a bit unclear. Although 5 hours ago, here's something from 5 hours ago. Although again, CNN, okay, is reporting from 3 hours ago, I think it is. Look at what CNN's reporting. So I'm just gonna walk you through what's happening. And we'll take a look, right? So again, this is breaking news. It's from just now. CNN, they're reporting that the Ukrainian port city of Mariupol is in the hands of the Russians. So the headline reads: Mariupol evacuation corridors in the hands of the occupiers, right? As the mayor tells everyone to leave. Now, according to the Ukrainian General Staff, they're saying that the Ukrainian forces are maintaining a circular defense of the city, even as Russian forces consolidated control around the southeastern port city. The mayor of Mariupol is saying that the evacuation corridors are largely under control of the Russians, and he's saying that not everything is in our power. So they say it was a live interview. I'm wondering if this is the video itself or if it's underneath, but I'll find it for you in just a moment. So the mayor is calling for a complete evacuation of the remaining population. Okay, and that was about 400,000 before the war started. And they say that there are 160,000 people left. So the vast majority are gone. And there's no water, there's no electricity, no heat, no connection. And CNN is saying it's unclear if there's still active fighting inside the city. Now, Ukrainians are alleging that Russian forces have prevented humanitarian convoys from safely approaching or exiting the city. A pro-Russian separatist leader said on Sunday that about 1,700 Mariupol residents were being evacuated daily from the city and its surroundings. The Ukrainians, on the flip side, are saying that they're being forcibly deported to Russia. Now, this is something that we've been hearing for the past week, not just from Mariupol, but in general, that the Russians are allegedly forcibly removing people and taking them to Russia or undisclosed locations. I honestly don't know if this is true. I really don't know. And when they say human corridors, by the way, just to explain that for those of you who don't know what it means, it's a term they use to describe basically like a safe passage, right? So both sides will agree on like a highway or a series of streets, a route that they won't attack, and that is only for civilians to flee the city, right? So you saw this. I mean, this is nothing new. It wasn't invented now, but just to explain what it is. So the mayor is saying that the 26 buses went to Mariupol to evacuate, but unfortunately they haven't received permission to move, right? Now here's an update on the map, what everything looks like. So you guys can see that Russia is maintaining, Russia and its allied forces are maintaining the, I don't know what to call it. It's not a complete cauldron or pincer movement, because, in military tactics, a pincer is when you encircle something and then cut it off like a pincer, or a cauldron, because it makes a circle. And so here, the idea is that if the Russians forces from the south and the north met up, then they would complete a successful cauldron. Who knows? I mean, they seem to be taking their time. That could still happen. But from what we can tell down here in the south, this has certainly increased, right? In the last days, it appears that they've taken Mariupol, but again, it's still contested from what we can see, right? In any case, just going down here, the Ukrainian officials are saying that 90% of residential buildings in the city were damaged, 60% were hit directly, and 40% were destroyed. Man, that's really horrible, It's really horrible. 7 of the city's hospitals, so that's 90% of Mariupol's hospital capacity, were damaged. 3 are destroyed. 3 maternity hospitals, 1 destroyed. 7 institutes of higher education damaged, 3 destroyed. 57 schools, 70 kindergartens, 23 and 28 destroyed respectively. Again, these are the figures according to the Ukrainian officials. I don't have any reason to doubt them. Like, war is really terrible. They're not saying though who's doing it. I don't know what's going on, because you've seen, for example, anti-aircraft weapons hitting buildings because the person who was using it didn't know how to fire it. So I don't know what's happening here, but it's my point. Regardless who's doing this, this is really horrible. This makes me think of the destruction in Aleppo. It's terrible. Let me show you what else they're saying. This is the last statistic, right? So out of 400,000, 140,000 have left, 150,000 left after the blockade, and they're saying that 30,000 have been deported to Russia. I don't know if this is true. Again, I really I have no clue if that is true. Now, why is this city crucial? Why is Mariupol crucial? Why am I telling you this? Because this is supposedly the well, not supposedly, it's effectively, right? It's de facto the home of the Azov battalion, right? So this is where their headquarters are. And let me see if I can show you this video. There's something I wanted to play to you. Doesn't look like I can find it, unfortunately, but it was a video of them unscrewing the plaque on one of their buildings, right? Yeah, I can't see it, unfortunately. It's okay though. Point still stands. Right. Murphy says, darn, today is a no keffiyeh day. Well, I have one on the side, but no, I'm not wearing it today. Sue knows what video I'm talking about. Yeah. You guys know the video. Okay. He said this guy, he said he was waiting 8 years for this to remove the plaque from there. I watched it multiple times today, and I put it aside and I can't find it. I'm glad you've seen it. So, in any case. I need to say thank you very much to, well, all of you, first of all, but also to Carrie. So thank you, Carrie, for signing up on Patreon. I'm going to play this crab dance for you, and then I'll get back to your questions, guys. So let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Let's go. Thank you guys very much. You've humbled me, and we tried looking for that speech from the interview from the Mariupol mayor, but looks like it hasn't turned up. In any case, it's all right. We have a donation here on CashApp. This is from France. Ah, ok. Faut chercher quelque chose. Ok, je ferai ça alors. And we have also some Crazy Puppet says, I will keep supporting you on Patreon and here, so hope they won't kick you due to money flow. I appreciate that. And Crazy Puppet also says, because it gives Russia legitimacy to use force in areas of interest against US NATO due to historical use of such phrases led to invasions. Next time, US submarine won't be chased out, but sunk. Jeremiah says, I would like Richard to do a crab dance, please. Well, I've played multiple crab dances of them today, and I assure you that's me. So there you go. O'Reilly says Hitler's Nazis started out as a tiny group as well. Neoliberalism is neo-fascism in disguise. Exactly. exactly. Harry says there's a loophole. The gas is still priced in euros and the cost is unchanged. Just have to convert to rubles before payments are sent, which is awesome for Russia with these exchange rates. Yes, of course. It is. You know, up until now, how many billions have they paid the Russians? Quite a bit, right? I think 15 billion, probably more at this point. I could be wrong though. Hold on, let's slow down a second, because it varies. It's 200 to 800 million a day. So don't quote me on the total amount, but that is correct. I can tell you that the gas payments from EU to Russia are on average 200 to 800 million euros a day. So, yep. Let me show you where the ruble is at. I actually forgot to show you. It's not perfect, obviously, but it's actually... It's rebounded, in a way. Let's take a look, shall we? So, okay. So we were just talking now about how the Russians are demanding the EU or, you know, unfriendly countries pay for their gas in rubles because, you know, Russia's currency is plummeted because of all the sanctions. So one tactic to shore up the currency to make it rebound and regain its value is to you know, increase the demand for rubles. So by saying you got to pay us in rubles for this gas that we're giving you, again, Russia gives Europe 40%, right, of its gas. So that's quite a lot. Europe depends a lot on Russia. So by imposing this rule, the Europeans would have to rush and buy rubles, and it's not just, you know, a few pennies. We're talking between 200 to 800 million euros per day. So that would shore up the currency. And just by announcing that this is Russia's demand, you know, just by saying we want you to pay us in rubles now, the value went up. At the same time, gas prices also went up 21% in Amsterdam. Just last week when Putin announced it. And in 2 days, you know, that's the deadline for the Russian central bank and the Gazprom, the state gas company, the state-owned gas company, to give Putin the plan on how to make these payments come through in rubles. And, you know, G7, the Europeans are saying, no, we're not going to pay for it. And Russia's saying, well, if you don't, we're going to turn off the gas. I mean, this is going to be catastrophic. But let's see what effect this is having on the ruble. So this is from the Wall Street Journal. And the headline reads, How Russia's Central Bank Engineered the Ruble's Rebound. By limiting selling and forcing buying, Russia has manufactured demand for its battered currency. So let me just play this very quickly. This video over here. Let's take a look.
Tranche of sanctions.
These sanctions are a major step,
and we hold further sanctions at readiness to be deployed.
This is about as close to global economic war as we've ever come.
Compared to all historical campaigns, this is taking sanctions to the limit.
The economy is tanking. The ruble has fallen through the floor. Inflation is soaring. Interest rates are up.
The Russian... Right, so, you know, Biden was also bragging that they've basically sunk the ruble and completely destroyed it. Well, let's see. So, Western sanctions against Russia left carve-outs for exporters of energy upon which Europe is particularly dependent, which kept dollars and euros flowing into the country. Right, so even though the United States banned Russian energy imports, the EU, you know, gets 40% of its gas from the Russians. They have to buy the gas. So they had no option but to keep sending euros and dollars. The majority of those deals were settled in euros, but they had no choice but to keep sending the flow of currency in, right? So Russia ordered those exporters to sell 80% of their foreign currency revenues and buy rubles, helping the currency appreciate, right? So if you are in Russia and your company, you know, earns most of its money in foreign currency, dollars, euros, you have to sell that and convert it to rubles because then you're buying rubles, right? And that drives up the value of the currency. So Robin Brooks, who's the chief economist at the Institute of International Finance, says it is fair to say that the ruble is not a market price. If there were a free flow in both directions, we would see a far weaker ruble. Now, Putin, as we said, he wants them to pay for rubles with gas. Wants to pay for gas with rubles. There's going to be a lot of gas and a lot of rubles either way. And that would reverse the current flow of money, making sanctioning nations support Russia's currency and ensuring that all funds from energy sales support its value. Right? This is very smart. And they say that such a move is unlikely, but it signals Russia's desire to boost demand for the ruble. Well, we'll see. I don't know if it's unlikely. If the Europeans don't do it, they're stupid. We'll see if they blink. I cannot imagine what would happen if they say no. It's going to be a disaster. So they're saying that hundreds of companies have announced withdrawal from Russia, meaning imports are likely to contract. Yes. At the same time, Russia is continuing to sell its oil, meaning exports and money gained from those will more than make up for the money necessary for imports. Here we go. Oil prices above $100 a barrel are also adding a boost to the revenue, even as Moscow's inventories trade at a discount. So this is exactly what I was talking about. It's that they've sanctioned Russia with everything else, but its main export, one of its main exports, oil, is not only, still on the table. Russia is not only still able to sell that to Europe and others, but also the price has gone up. So Russia's making back the losses through the higher oil prices, right? It's kind of a catch-22. The idea is like, we're going to punish the Russians by sanctioning them, but we're still going to buy oil. Yeah, okay, but you've just driven up the price of oil by sanctioning them, so they're making back some of that money. I don't think in total, but a good chunk. And even when Russia, as they're pointing out, is selling oil to India at a discount, which is what they've done, right? India consumes 4 to 5 million barrels per day. Correct me if I'm wrong. So my point is that the 3 million barrels they bought from the Russians, it's not, a whole lot, but it's the principle that they said, we're not going to listen to the U.S. threat of sanctions. We're going to keep trading with Russia. And they got it at a discount. And it was in rupees and rubles. Win-win. So even by selling it at a discount, because the prices have gone up, Russia's still making bank, right? In a sense. So they say the imbalance could strengthen the ruble, though it doesn't make Russia's economy any stronger. Right. So, at best, it stays where it is or stagnates if everything goes well in terms of making up those costs, right? So there's so much stuff you're not allowed to buy or sell. The ruble could strengthen a lot from here, and it wouldn't mean anything. After the war broke out, the ruble market split to have one value within Russia and another on international markets. In onshore trading, Russia's currency was valued at 94 rubles to the dollar on Monday, while it traded at 98 in international markets. The gap has narrowed from early March. Russian banks offered slightly fewer rubles for customers' dollars than the Moscow exchange on Monday. Sberbank offered about 89 rubles for a dollar, while the Russian website of Austria's Raiffeisen Bank quoted 86. Many Western banks are no longer providing electronic quotes to buy and sell the ruble. Clients instead must call up the bank and ask if it's willing to process a trade and at what rate. Banks that are worried about running afoul of Western sanctions are having to clear every ruble transaction with their legal and compliance departments. Right, so that's how you isolate Russia. You get the banks scared of being fined and so on, right? European countries have announced plans to shift away from Russian energy in the coming years, which will also weaken the ruble over the long term. Again, I think that, yes, perhaps down the line, that would have some sort of effect, but this is really being optimistic now. We were talking about how will the Europeans get LNG, liquefied natural gas. You need terminals to process it, to offload the imports. You can't do that if you don't have terminals. Germany doesn't have a single terminal. Europe is lacking in infrastructure. The stuff that the Americans are giving them is nothing. It's just 10% of what Russia gives them, right? So the idea that, the ruble's going to weaken in the future. What future? You mean like in 10 years? In the eventuality that they replace Russian gas, that's if that even happens. This is really you're being highly optimistic. I mean, they say the Russians are optimistic. That is optimistic thinking you can just substitute Russian gas from one day to the next. Again, even if you did that, you do realize that like Europeans are going to have to pay through the nose for that. It's going to be way more expensive because it's so dumb. No one would do that. You would never opt to get liquefied natural gas from the other side of the planet if you don't have to, because it's stupid. It makes no sense. You're just going to pay 10 times more for nothing, for no reason. This is all, the saying like cutting off your nose to spite your face. This is exactly that. It is exactly what's happening, really. So, here's from Bloomberg. Their headline reads, "The ruble rallies to strongest in a month, pairing big post-war losses." Okay, so the Russian currency is now 10% lower against the dollar since invasion. The ruble is still the second worst currency in the world this year, right? So, like I said, the situation is far from fixed, but obviously something is changing. Now, they say the ruble is rebounding from the steep losses seen since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, signaling that capital controls may be easing pressure on the currency as officials seek to counter the impact of crippling sanctions. Again, on Monday, so, just today, it closed at 89.75 to the dollar. Okay, and that's the strongest since soon after the outbreak of the war late last month. The gains have left the ruble only about 10% lower against the greenback than it was before the invasion. Okay, so it has plunged as much as 33% against the dollar in the first 2 weeks of the war. So do you understand? Basically, again, Russia has a lot of issues right now, but in terms of its currency, it at the worst point it was 33% lower than February 23rd, and now it's gone back up to only being 10% worse than it was on February 23rd. When I say February 23rd, I mean before the war. So it does look like it's rebounding. Now this is honestly, again, this is not a complete fix. But if in the coming days, the Europeans, they finally find their common sense again and see that they have no choice but to buy the Russian gas in rubles, I'm confident that it's going to go up even more. I think so. Because just the notion of the Russians demanding this has helped the currency up a bit. Of course, there are other things, as we were talking about. People making their money in dollars have to sell 80% of that to buy rubles. The price of oil has gone up and so on. Yes, there are many factors, but I think that is going to help the Russians a bit. For how long? I don't know. At the same time, if the Europeans say, no, we're not going to pay for the gas in rubles, well, yeah, I think the ruble is going to get screwed. But so will the Europeans, because they have no reserves, no gas reserves. I mean, they'll be gone in a month, give or take. They'll have no electricity, have no bloody gas. I mean, this is a disaster, honestly. No heating. It's going to be a real disaster. Now, okay, we're in spring. Depends where you are in Europe when you talk about spring. Most places are still cold. But my point is that even if you discount the Europeans freezing their butts off, again, you still have the problem of electricity. Not every country in Europe has nuclear power plants. Europe is still heavily reliant on Russian gas for electricity. So this is going to create all sorts of problems, man. I'm telling you. Let me explain something. Even just the idea that there is going to be a shortage will drive the prices up so bad that even if there doesn't end up being a shortage, like for some reason, there's peace and love in the world, you will have people losing their jobs, people, in industries, companies shutting down because they cannot afford to continue operating. Do you understand? In all sectors, in agriculture, in industry, in the service sector. So just this fear of crap, we got no more gas in Europe. that is going to cause a disaster. Even if, let's say, after a month or 6 months, the situation is fixed and Russia's sending back gas and blah, blah, blah. Do you understand? So this is it's a dangerous game. They're playing with fire. This could have really long-lasting effects, and I think it's so stupid. Basically, what Europe is doing now is trying to play tough guy with Russia just to please the Americans. The Americans cannot help Europe. They cannot give an alternative. They're giving pennies, you know. I mean, scraps is really what I mean to say. The gas they're providing is 15 billion cubic meters. 15. Russia gives Europe 115, right? So 115 versus 15 billion cubic meters. I mean, this is, it's like 10%. It's not even comparable. I really don't understand what's going on. What are they doing? What are they doing? Like, again, whatever you think of Russia, like, go ahead. You know, you can have whatever opinion you want about Russia. I don't care. I'm just saying from an economical, logistical viewpoint, this is very dangerous to say, no, we're just not going to pay for it. Are you stupid? Like, it's all a question of pride now. You know, the Europeans are not going to lose that much money converting it to rubles. It's just pride. They just want to play tough guy with the Russians. That's it. That's it. And to please the Americans, of course. You could also argue that the Europeans are not running the show. The Americans are. Sure. You could argue that. But you see how stupid this is. It's not good. And honestly, there are countries in Europe, for example, the UK. Remember, the UK is not in the European Union, but it's still in Europe. You know, it gets barely anything from Russia. So, like, almost no energy whatsoever. I think it's sort of like the US. The US gets about 3% of its crude from Russia, which, again, is nothing, you know, small. But still, it's less than others. And of course, in terms of gas and oil, the Britain gets almost nothing, right? But once again, you have to understand that this is going to cause reverberations in many ways. You know, it's just because you as a country, you know, just because we don't get gas in England from the Russians, it doesn't mean that Russia turning off the valves is not going to impact England. It will. It will impact the whole world economy because everything is going to go to shit. When you look at world economics, you have the la triade, right? The triad. I don't think that's the economic term in English, but I learned it in French. So, you know, the la triade is basically you have the three main financial centers in the world is Japan, the United States, and Europe. And this is the flow of capital, right? If you mess with the European Union or the European continent, let's say, you are going to impact everything else. Just you don't need to take my word for it. Just look at what happened. The price of oil has gone through the roof. The price of gas has gone through the roof. And Russia has not even turned off the valves. The gas is still flowing to Europe. So can you imagine how much worse it's going to get? This is really dangerous. I think the politicians in the EU are reckless. They are stupid. I don't mean in the European Union. All of them. The bureaucrats and the ones like in the UK, in Germany, they are completely, absolutely stupid and reckless. They are going to screw us all just so they can, you know, be good lapdogs for the Americans. You think Boris Johnson is going to have his standard of living change, his quality of life is going to change because Russia turns off the gas? These people are stinking rich. They have nuclear bunkers. They're good no matter what, right? We, you know, you and I, the civilians, the working class, the people who are not the elites in Whitehall and DC, we are going to get screwed. We are going to pay the higher prices for gas, for electricity, or not have it at all. You know, and for what? What is this for? It doesn't punish Russia. Again, as I've told you, Russia is already getting paid more because the prices are up. And if the Europeans don't want to pay, the Russians will turn off the valves and take their business east. Power of Siberia 2 is an option. Again, Nord Stream 2, the pipeline between Russia and Germany, which has been, you know, indefinitely canceled. If my memory serves me well, it's the volume that it carries is about 50 a billion cubic meters a year, right? the Russians can easily build a pipeline of the same, that moves the same amount of gas in Asia. They have the gas, and there's a demand for this gas in Asia, so they can just turn to the Asians, whether it's the Chinese or Mongolia, whoever. I'm talking about Greater Eurasia, right? The whole neighborhood, and they can sell the exact same amount of gas that Nord Stream 2 they would have, that they would have sold through Nord Stream 2 and Nord Stream 1 and what they're already providing. So if you think you're going to hurt the Russians, not really. Yes, in the short term, but not in the long term. And on the flip side, the ones that are going to suffer the most, it's the Europeans, and it's I think everybody really. But I say Europeans because it's Europe that depends so much on Russian gas and is, basically, again, cutting its nose off to spite its face. Oh, man. Jasper says, once the fertilizer gets cut off, that's famine everywhere. Now, you make an excellent point. Oh, you make an excellent point. Let me pull this up for you. Man, I'm doing everything with this show. I'm like the producer, the assistant, and the... I'm doing like a million things at once. But I enjoy it. I think it's cool. And of course, we have our I'm like trying to multitask, reading the comments, looking things up, and speaking to you at the same time. But let me just show you something over here. Because you mentioned fertilizer, right? Thank you, Nomo Popo. I appreciate it. Let us see. So number one, Russia is the world's top exporter of fertilizer. Correct me if I'm wrong. At the very least. Here we go. This is what I was trying to show you. I wanted to show you where this fertilizer goes. We actually looked at this together a few weeks ago, right? Because we were talking about this, but I wanted to bring it up again. So this is from the OEC. And you can see that, so in 2020, right, Russia was the first largest, so number one exporter of fertilizers in the world, okay? So that was the 7th most exported product from Russia, and the main destinations were where? Brazil, Estonia, India, China, and the United States. So this is another thing where you don't want to mess with the Russians on it, because you're going to impact global supply chains. You're going to have famines. This is not a joke. This is really not a joke. I think I haven't heard anyone mention this in terms of, in how, like, I don't hear people talk about it this often as to how bad it would be to cut that Russian supply off. They're playing with fire, man. They're really playing with fire. Can I tell you another thing? Because this is very important. I told you guys that tomorrow I'll be publishing my article on Yemen, right? The situation in Yemen is so screwed up. You will see tomorrow when you read it and when I explain it to you. But on top of everything they've been through, the bombings, the famine, the siege, now the war in Ukraine is screwing Yemen even more. I mean, talk about kicking someone while they're down. Really, just Yemen gets 40% of its wheat from Ukraine. The last time I checked, which already is like saying, when it can get it. right? When it can get it, if it can even get to Yemen in the first place. So can you imagine what's happening right now? Because the war in Ukraine is making everything more expensive. And here, look, this is exactly what I said. Your LA Times, as I just told you guys. So they wrote it down here. I think Yemen gets 40% of its wheat from Ukraine. I don't know. They wrote it somewhere in the article. Yeah, there you go. See, from Russia and Ukraine. So again, the point still stands. It's the two places where you really don't want to have your wheat coming from at this moment, right? So this is a country that's already been through a famine, and can you imagine how much worse this? I mean, been through. It's ongoing. Can you imagine how much worse this is making it? I'm really so sad for the people in Yemen, because I feel like they are not only suffering the most, but also no one cares. It's like even right now for me, again, I don't care about like that I wrote this article. I don't care about that. It's just I really hope that people will give a shit, because I want them to care about people in Yemen. I don't want them to care about my article because I wrote it. I want them to care about the suffering of people in Yemen, because I feel like everything's being overshadowed now by what's happening in Ukraine. And it's really difficult, because you want people to listen, but the news story, everything is Ukraine. So I don't know, but I'm gonna put it out, and this is something where I'll ask you guys tomorrow. Please make sure you share it. I rarely ask you guys to share anything. It doesn't even cross my mind. You guys are so generous and kind. You do this stuff anyway. I see you sharing my videos all over the place. But please, do this not for me. Please do it for the people in Yemen. Please share this article tomorrow, because Yemen has been like, kicked and bombed and starved and swept under the rug. And it's so dehumanizing and horrible. I want people to know what's happening. It's not just bombs. It's not just the famine. There's siege, which is causing a disaster. And it relates to what's happening in Ukraine, not just with the wheat, but the same principle where if you mess with the fuel, you screw everything up. So yeah. Oleg, thank you for the super chat. Oleg says very important and it's overlooked. Neon production, 70% in Ukraine and Russia, used in microchips production, ADU. I'm trying to think what you meant by ADU. I'm looking up the microchip thing. I didn't know that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I didn't know that. So I can show you something on. Just to your point, I'm just going to show you something I pulled up right now. As you were mentioning. So Russia's Ukraine invasion could trigger a second microchip crisis. The headline reads. So this is from Automotive News. They say Ukraine supplies 70% of the world's output of neon, a critical gas that runs lasers needed to manufacture microchips. Right. So again, this is in Wired magazine talking about how it could spur another global chip shortage. So when they say global chip shortage, again, what I'm assuming they're referring to is during the pandemic, you had supply chain issues, and so I don't have a console, but I saw people were like they were trying to buy a PlayStation or an Xbox and they can't find them because there are no chips. I know that people try to buy laptops; they also have to wait a long time. And the point that that's what they're alluding to, that you could see another chip shortage or a second wave of chip shortages. So Wahib says, "Oh God, I can't even afford a GPU right now. I'm using the same graphics card since 2015." I'm not even kidding. I have a GTX 970. It's like trash, I'm not even kidding. Jacko Brock says a PS5 is impossible to get. Is that still the case? Again, I don't really Tomboy says there was a boom in Bitcoin mining that caused video card shortages. Now it's another bummer. That's very interesting, because when people mine Bitcoin, they actually, you would think it's with the CPU, but they get a bunch of graphics cards and put them in arrays. So like what is it called again? NVIDIA SLI or AMD. Crap, I forgot all these names. Basically they put them into one array, so you multiply the power of the GPU. In any case, Cinema says, Richard, let me buy you a computer. You're very kind. I actually I have trouble editing my videos now because the files are so big, and it lags unbelievably. So basically, I'll finish filming something and then gotta wait like half an hour for it just to get off the card, and then another half an hour for it to convert, because I have to compress everything before I can even cut it. So yeah, if the offer stands, I'd be most grateful. You guys are actually very kind. I saw you were donating to the GoFundMe, which is exactly what I made it for these technical things. So again, you guys have already been very generous. I appreciate the sentiment. Amin says, my background is part Yemeni, and I know you've said you're part Syrian. May Allah hurry peace to our lands. Please keep up your work, Habibna. Bless you. Ahlan wa sahlan. Same thing. Inshallah. إن شاء الله يتحسن الوضع بسوريا وبيمن ونحرر أراضينا. شعب يمني شعب سوري عن جد يعني عم يعانوا تعبانين. Abdullah says, is Zelensky in Ukraine? Videos have images he is using green walls. I know what you're talking about. Let me bring that up. Actually, I wanted to ask your opinion about this, because I didn't know myself. Okay, let's take a look. So what you guys are referring to is this video of Ukrainian President Zelensky, and let's have a look then. You guys can tell me whether you think it's a green screen or not. So this is number one. Alrighty. So this video went viral on social media because it's Ukrainian President Zelensky. He's delivering a message on video, and people think that he's using a green screen. So it's raised all sorts of questions, like, where is he? Why is he using a green screen? I personally I have a lot of experience with green screens, but I can't tell. I'm gonna play it to you guys and let me know what you think in the comments. I'm honestly curious.
Добрий вечір всім. Зазвичай в такі дні ми говорили, прийшла весна. А зараз говоримо, війна прийшла. Але все одно ми точно всіх переможемо. Тому що ми вільні народи вільної країни. Протягом дня урядовці...
Right, so for me, the telltale sign is the beginning, when he walks up. He's walking to the camera. Again, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more so you can see it. What do you guys think?
Добрий вечір всім. Зазвичай в такі дні ми...
To me, I've watched that many times, and my hunch, I'm leaning more towards the idea that, yeah, it's a here, he did another video, Zelensky, and someone said Zelensky's green screen clown show goes on, and they basically said that they put a soldier behind him to make it look more realistic because of all the, like, you know, because the other one went viral on social media. I don't know. Let's take a look at this one.
Вільні люди вільного світу, українці та громадяни усіх держав, які цінують свободу. Друзі, 24 березня – місяць нашого спротиву. Героїчного спротиву української держави, українського народу, безжальному вторгненню Російської Федерації. Вже місяць нашого захисту від...
Honestly, man, my first impression is it's a green screen, and I just want to say one thing, because people say the lighting is off, like it's yellow behind him and he's more like a cool blue white light. That's not, for me, that's not the thing, because you could have additional lighting, right? You would have lighting in the street or whatever, and then they would put up, you know, like lamps or key lights in front of him, and if they're bright enough and they're, you know, they're strong enough, you could definitely change the foreground. So that's not the telltale sign for me. For me, it's the proportions. Look how when he's walking up to the screen, he looks so tiny, and on top of that, the image behind. Look, by the way, look at his arm. Like it like basically disappears here. Do you see that? You can see there's a rail on this staircase, and oh my god, do you know what we sound like? We sound like those Illuminati Tupac is in Cuba videos. Like, if you look here, there's a message. No, but seriously, like, this is a good question, man. I want to find out what's going on. Like, you know, his shoulder like fades back in. It's so weird. At the same time, I swear to God, we sound like those conspiracy videos on YouTube in 2009. Tupac is still alive, and then like play a reverse. Oh man. Honestly, that could be compression. Sometimes videos get so compressed that, you know what? You know, they what's this term for it? Interlacing. I forget the term, but basically when you compress a video, some programs, they will analyze the frames, and then if they see that something is very similar, they will just assume that the next thing is the same, and then they keep it you know, they don't modify it, and so maybe they overlapped because the background is not moving, but he is. I don't know. I'm really just hypothesizing here. Again, for me, it's the proportions. Look how tiny he is when he's walking up. It's ridiculous. Like, there's clearly no ramp, there's no staircase, and yet he looks so tiny. And then all of a sudden, like, this is weird. And the other thing is the background is so, it's like too static. Usually you'll have some kind of grain or something, you know, that noise, grain, whatever you want to call it, that you can tell it's real. I don't know. I just, for me, it stuck out, and I have no clue why he would do this. Like, I'm not saying, oh, the guy's in Cuba, you know. Some people on social media, not me, but some people on social media are saying that he is hiding in Poland. Like, he's fled. I don't know. I really don't know. I just think they decided to do a green screen to show that he's like present outside and not afraid, and it's, you know, badly done. I don't think it's like that deep. You don't have to like, you know, stretch that much, reach that far. I mean, but I again, like, this is just, we're just messing around. We're just taking a look. I want to show you memes. Some people have made memes out of this. Look, I don't know what you're saying, but I think you'll get the joke.
Прямо сейчас мы находимся в Мариуполе под обстрелом украинских боевиков. Мы слышим...
Саша, это Киев. Не то. Ёб твою мать. Ну...
Прямо сейчас... Нет?
Вот, да.
Нормально. Прямо сейчас мы находимся под обстрелом украинских боевиков в Мариуполе.
Yeah, I didn't understand every word, but I got the joke. That's good. That was good. Oh man. Anyway, let me know in the comments what you think, if the guy's using a green screen and why he's doing that. I really don't think it's like that deep of a conspiracy. I don't like he's fled to Cuba or something. I just think they wanted to have a change of scenery. I don't know, and make it look like, you see the president, he's out on the street, he's not afraid, something like that. I don't know. Okay, you guys are saying I should make a poll. Fine. I see. Right. Let me check out this story you guys are talking about in the comments. You say they're walking it back. Where exactly? Because I'm trying to look and I still see the... Oh boy. Well, in any case... Oh, I wanted to show you guys something. Can you tell me if I show you a clip from those late night shows? You know, Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel. Do they copyright the channel? I know I don't want to subject you to this, but it's important. I want to show you something, and I'm wondering if it will. They do it big time? Yeah, okay. I thought so. Okay, well, let me just explain to you what happened, okay? So, I think one part of what they're doing... Yeah, okay, I can sort of explain to you what they did. Okay, give me a second. Without showing it, right? So, I don't know about this. Putin is trying to recreate the Soviet Union. I mean, I see Biden was saying that also. What is this bullshit? Again, this is... They will come up with like every excuse in the world to avoid addressing NATO expansion. Everything. Like they will say like he's looking for, you know, next thing they'll say he's looking for a shoe that he lost in Ukraine or something, and he's trying to collect Pokemon cards. Like this is childish. They really think that this guy's an idiot. Like, I think Putin would certainly like that. Like, you know, didn't he say that the fall of the Soviet Union is the, you know, biggest tragedy of the 20th century? Yeah, in his heart, I think he wants it back, but he's not. He knows that he can't do that. He's not stupid. This is really dumb, honestly. Again, this is what people say when they want to minimize the threat of NATO and the fact that you don't have to agree with Russia, but to understand what they're doing, you have to see that from their viewpoint, this is like an existential threat for them, right? So when you're reducing existential threat to like, oh, let's go embark on a journey to recreate the Soviet Union. I mean, this is so fucking ignorant and childish. My goodness. I don't... like, who... You know, why does Biden say these things? It's so tacky. It's really tacky. It's like you know that it's bullshit. You know that they're just saying that because they don't want to address any of the actual reasons that this whole war happened, because then you would have to blame the United States, right? So Russia is the one doing the military action, but Russia's not to blame. It's the United States and NATO that are to blame. They have led Russia to this point, which is very regrettable because Ukrainians are the ones who get screwed. Right? So I don't know what this whole story about, oh, he's trying to recreate the Soviet Union is. What is this garbage? Like, I don't know. Okay, so I wanted to show you this video over here, and I'm not going to play the one from Jimmy Fallis, but I explain what happened. It's the same thing. So, well, where can I find this bloody thing? Okay. Okay, here's one, and over here we have the other one. Okay, very good. So, let's go through this then. I'm not going to play the original clip from Jimmy Fallon because, number one, I don't want to abuse my audience, and number two, I'm afraid of a copyright strike. So I'll basically explain to you what was happening and break it down that way. So basically, they were, I mean, I don't need to, you already know the jokes are terrible, the jokes, right? So they showed this clip from North Korea where they've tested a new missile, right? They've had a missile launch. This is a video that was filmed and released by North Korea. So let me play it to you first. Right. So, it's a missile launch. That's what it is. And they made fun of it. Of course they made fun of it. Jimmy Fallon was saying, like, yeah, the Oscars are coming up, and I'm sure Kim Jong-un will win the Academy Award for Best Dictator Short. Of course, they cannot speak about North Korea or Venezuela or Syria or Iran without saying the word dictator, right? You got to have that propaganda, just conditioning people like drip, 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 bit by bit, till they don't even know why they believe these things, but they do because they've been told to. And now, of course, that by itself, you would think, well, what's wrong with you? It's just a joke. No, it's not. It's not isolated. First of all, they do this all the time. More importantly, like literally. The next joke, immediately after that, they showed this video of Biden eating pizza, right? And apparently it was like too hot for him. So, you know, he starts freaking out because it's too spicy, and that's it. And they're like, oh, look at him. He's so sweet. He's such a cute grandpa type figure, you know? So, like, you know, North Korea, Kim Jong-un, oh, that guy's a dictator. Look at him. Nothing says, like, you're in charge than looking at your watch and pointing. That's the joke. Like, it's that crummy. So they say, oh, North Korea, look at that dictator. And then, oh, look at Biden. He's so cute. He's like a grandpa. Isn't he nice? I mean, if you can't watch that and not tell me that this is like some tacky, cheap, garbage propaganda. And then the irony is they look at North Koreans and say North Koreans are propagandized. Man, North Korea couldn't even dream of having the same propaganda machine that the West has. They couldn't. It's like beyond their wildest dreams, you know? unbelievable, really unbelievable. When you see the North Koreans with their nuclear missiles, can you really blame them? Honestly, the Americans killed 20% of North Korea's population, not with nukes, by the way, just regular bombs, conventional bombs. They bombed everything in sight, all the civilian infrastructure. Again, I'm going to say this again. They killed 20% of North Korea's population. Of course, they can't tell you that, because then you would be like, oh, now I understand why they have fucking nuclear missiles, because they're not, that's like a genocide, effectively. They won't tell you that. So it's like, oh, look at this idiot with his sunglasses. He thinks he's cool. He's just a dictator. So they have to dumb it down to like some, kindergarten, crummy, tacky garbage, cheap joke that is just, it's not even dry humor. It's just garbage. It's really something else. And Biden also wears sunglasses and eats ice cream. You think they would ever say, oh, look, he's a dictator? No. Oh, Biden is sweet. He's very nice. He's like a grandpa. I mean, I was actually looking up footage of the launch, and I accidentally stumbled on Fallon's video. But you get the idea, right? So that's what it is. And this kind of propaganda is exactly why people think that. I mean, not this alone. It's part of a larger puzzle. But they never tell you the mentality of these countries, what the West has done to these countries, what their experiences are. They always dehumanize them, right? So they tell you like North Koreans are idiots. They're basically robots. Like that's what they tell you, right? They talk about people in North Korea as if they are just like clones who can't think, and they all blindly follow Kim Jong-un. And again, with Russia, it's funny because they do the same thing now as well. They say, well, on the one hand, they want people to like kill Putin, like, which is what Lindsey Graham was saying. And they say like, Russians should stand up to Putin, and this, tennis players and athletes, they need to denounce him. And then on the other hand, they say he's a dictator. And he rules with an iron fist. Well, hold on a second. If he's intimidating his population into submission, why are you then endangering people to come out and denounce Putin? Which one is it? Is he a dictator, or is it a democracy where people can actually criticize him? Like, you can't have both. And then of course they did the same with everything else, man. With Syria, it's the same thing. They act like everybody there is stupid, and they can't make up their own minds. They have no self-determination. That's the whole dehumanizing process, and that's how they get you to accept war, because you don't think of the people that are being killed as humans. It's like, oh yeah, it's for the better good, it's for the greater good, like it's that dictator. You don't even know why, but you've been told he's a dictator, so there you go. And you've also been told that the people there are not really humans, but I mean, not that explicitly, but implicitly. And it makes me sick. I really hate it. And I think if you just remind people that the United States killed 20% of North Korea's population by bombing it ruthlessly, I think that puts things into perspective. I would also have nuclear missiles if you did that shit to me. And that is probably the only reason that the Americans have not come back in and done to, Kim Jong-un what they did to Gaddafi. And so this is what makes it all the more dangerous when you have people like Biden going to to Russia's backyard and giving speeches and saying that they want to get rid of the Russian president. They want regime change. Again, this is a nuclear power. They have more nukes than anyone else, even the United States. They've gotten so used to saying these things about smaller countries like Syria and Iran. They think they can push everybody around. That's not going to work with nuclear powers. They will nuke you first before you lay a finger on their government. They will nuke you. They know, they have seen what you've done. I can assure you, Kim Jong-un has seen the video where NATO-backed rebels, lynched Gaddafi, and Putin has seen that video. I have seen that video. So don't think for 1 second they will hesitate to use those fucking nukes. And these people in Washington, D.C. are basically bullying and prodding other countries into facing, like they're making them, it's like backing an animal into a corner. They're backing the Russians and others into a corner and facing them with an existential threat. And that is not just wrong because of the principle. It's wrong because we're all going to die. Do you understand? Like, this is not going to end well for anyone. This is madness. It's completely useless. There's literally no geostrategic interest for it anyway. It's stupid. It's so dumb. They don't get any money from this. I mean, of course, the weapons dealers, but it's not. It's not as big as their other endeavors, if you should call them that way. It's so stupid and like not just morally and ethically, but also logistically, economically, and they're even undermining U.S. hegemony, right? So anyway, just going back to my point, always pay attention to the like comedy. Yeah, comedy is fine. I get it, but when you notice a pattern, which is what I'm talking about, I'm not talking about like one joke. I'm talking about a pattern of dehumanizing, whoever the official enemy is on this particular day. You start to understand that this is actually not just innocent comedy. It's actually part of U.S. foreign policy, and it's part of conditioning people through media, right? Again, everyone makes fun of everyone. You'll also see outside the U.S. people making fun of Americans. Yeah, but there's a difference because those countries are not trying to fucking attack the United States and, condition their populations into thinking Americans are not humans. Do you get what I'm saying? There's a big difference, and if you don't see the pattern, I mean, trust me, it's there. Pay attention, you'll see it. If you watch SNL Saturday Night Live, which is kind of the same vibe as these late night shows, if you go back and watch the ones from 2000, during the War on Terror when that started, it's so it's so explicitly racist. They're just making like the jokes that are not even really, they're not funny at all. It's just like straight up racism against Arabs, Muslims. I'm confused. Like, people are shocked by that now, but why wasn't anyone shocked back then? Right? So again, this is all part of the conditioning and the programming. And I think it's important to notice it and to call it out and to reject it, I'm not even kidding. I can't play it because of the copyright, but I'm not kidding. If you go and look back at a lot of this SNL stuff, it's so overtly, openly racist and xenophobic and Islamophobic. It's really like they don't hold back. It's not even funny. It's just like it's straight up racism under the guise of being comedy. And I have to be honest with you, man. I don't. I'm just pulling up the video again. Like, I don't think this is funny. Like, I don't understand how this is any different from those videos of Biden walking in slow motion with sunglasses. Like, how is that any different? It's literally the same thing. Literally the same thing. The North Koreans only have a nuke because they're afraid of the US. And they have good reason to be. They have that is an objective, quantifiable, literally quantifiable fact. You murdered 20% of their population. 20%. I mean, just think about that for a second. That's astronomical. This genocide. I mean, what else do you call that? Of course they have nukes. Who would not have nukes after that? I'm going to be honest, man. The Iran nuclear deal. Now, look, obviously, I think diplomacy is always the best option, right? Always diplomacy over war, always. But the Iranians, I think that I understand why a good chunk of Iranians don't like the nuclear deal. First of all, it's not fair, right? The concessions that Iran has to make. It's not proportionate. Like they make Iran do a lot more than what Iran gets. The other thing is that I feel it's very colonial as well. It's kind of like these Western countries coming to Iran, wagging their fingers in Iranian space and saying, "You better do this or else." It doesn't even make sense because Iran signed the NPT, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, And if you're a signatory, you are allowed to have a nuclear civilian program. So Iran doesn't have to do anything else to have that civilian program. It's allowed to have that under the UN, under the IAEA. Who gave the UK and France and the US the right to stick their noses in between? I don't understand this. And on top of it, the Iranians aren't even making a nuclear bomb. Like they're just literally not making a bomb. Anyone who says that is a fucking idiot. I hear people talking about the nuclear deal talks that are happening right now in Vienna or before, and they always put this line in that Iran is building nuclear weapons. No, Iran is not building nuclear weapons. You fucking dunce. My God. I can't believe I have to explain this. A nuclear weapons program is not the same thing as a nuclear program. Yes, you need a nuclear program to build a weapon, but they're not doing that. You know why? Because Iran has more cameras and inspectors and more eyes watching it than any other fucking country on earth in terms of nuclear programs. Everyone would know. They would have bombed Iran already by now, the Americans, if they actually knew that I mean, actually, I don't think they would dare, but figuratively speaking, there would have been outrage if they were actually building one. And so that drives me nuts, that people it's so ignorant. Anyway, so my point is that Iran is doing everything by the book. They abided by the deal. The US, the EU did not. They shouldn't even have to do this deal in the first place because it's their right to have that program. And honestly, man, I would not blame the Iranians if they weaponized it. I would not. Just like I don't blame the North Koreans, because when you look at what they do to people like Gaddafi, right? They attacked a sovereign nation. They lynch its leader and film it on camera. And what they did to Saddam Hussein. Again, doesn't mean Saddam is necessarily a nice person, but he was an Arab leader and the head of a sovereign Arab country, and they hanged him. They invaded his country. They didn't just go after him. They come to his house and arrest him. They killed 1 million people. When you see that shit, you would be stupid not to weaponize, because you're basically leaving a back door open. You're always leaving this option there for the Americans or the Israelis one day to eventually screw you. And if the Israelis have a nuclear program, why can't the Iranians have one? The Israelis haven't even signed the NPT. They haven't declared their nuclear program. So you're saying that everyone has to accept Israel having nukes? Like, just Syrians have to just accept that this occupier has fucking nuclear weapons next door, and accept Israel bombing them and the US bombing them, and just take that? Really? Again, with this double standard, they're really funny. They're allowed to have nukes, they're allowed to have security and a deterrent, but not you guys. You're funny. I hate war. I wish there were no nuclear weapons. If it was possible to push a button and get rid of them all, I would do that. But we live in a reality where Israel has nukes and the United States has nukes, and the United States has used them against civilians. Never forget that. The only country in history that has used nuclear bombs, and not just used them, but used them on civilians, is the United States. Not China, not Russia, not Iran. It's the United States. Never forget that. There was no need to do that. Anyone who says that was necessarily to win World War II obviously doesn't know their history. So you're telling me that Israel, with all its behavior, and the United States, with all of its behavior, it's okay, and the British, right, and the French, with their behavior, they're allowed to have nukes? They're the last countries on earth who should have nukes. I would rather give the nukes to, Kazakhstan or, Algeria than that. There are 190 plus countries, and the vast majority of them should have nukes before these countries have nukes. You get my point? Those are the last the last powers you really want to give such a weapon to, given their colonial history and all of this. But again, the thing is, Iran is not interested in nukes. They have a fatwa, a religious decree against this. So just from a religious point of view, they will not do this. And of course, I think their ballistic missile program is so advanced that it perhaps, again, I'm not 100% sure, but you could make the argument that it's actually there are more cons than pros to weaponize it, because you already have a deterrent in the form of ballistic missiles, right? They can reach the Israelis if the Israelis attack. They can reach American ships in the Gulf. So you have a deterrent. Obviously, it's not the same, but it's quite a powerful one, to the point that they are trying to put that in the nuclear deal. Again, given the slaughtering of the North Koreans, I get it. I really get it. The Iranians, as I said, though, they have a very good advanced defense program, so they've been able to come up with good drones, good cruise missiles, ballistic missiles. They're one of the best countries in nanotechnology, so they're very, very advanced in things that North Korea is not, right? So it also balances itself out. And as I mentioned, from a religious point of view, they cannot pursue nukes. So this is very important to remember. Whatever CNN tells you, there is no nuclear weapons program. I wish it was just CNN. I hear people, who are supposed to know better saying these things. Falcon says Iran's military doctrine is asymmetric warfare. Bingo. Absolutely. This is why Iran is outsmarted everyone else, all the occupiers in the Middle East, because they're used to conventional warfare. Iran doesn't need that because, this is their terrain. It's their home turf, right? And that's why by supporting groups like Hezbollah, by supporting Hamas, by supporting Syria, Yemen, it's asymmetric and it's very effective. Case in point, Hezbollah kicked Israel's ass, multiple times, kicked them out of Lebanon, then again in 2006. That's a lesson they've never forgotten. You know why? Because Israel has not bombed Lebanon a single time since 2006. That's how scared they are of Hezbollah. And that was largely due to Iranian support, right? So Iran really helped them defend their country from the Israelis and liberate their country. And Hezbollah does not have ships. Hezbollah does not have nukes. It's asymmetric, but very effective. And the same can be said with in Syria. Iran played a huge role in Syria, not just in sending its own elite soldiers to help, but also in actually convincing the Russians to come help, right? So, because the Russians didn't want to initially. The Syrian government asked them, and Putin said no. And when Soleimani went to Moscow, I showed you the speech, the interview with Sayed Nasrallah from Hezbollah. He knows the story, right? So he explains how Soleimani went to Moscow, and in a matter of hours after explaining the situation, laying down the map and breaking it down, he showed Russia the light, why it's important to come save Syria. And of course, there are a lot of people don't like that. They think, this is really funny to me, man. You got people, again, this is really funny to me because you got people who think that like Iran is occupying Syria or Russia's occupying Syria. Do you even know what this word means? Honestly, when you're occupying something, it's because you don't have a right to be there. Now, you can keep screaming all you like, but the Syrian government, Bashar al-Assad's government, is the internationally recognized government at the United Nations and everywhere else, whether you like it or not. It's not an opinion, it's just, I'm stating a fact. And so when that government gives permission to the Russians to come in, they're not occupiers, they're allies. And when they give that permission to Iran, they're not occupiers, they're allies. Now, the Turks don't have permission. They're occupying Idlib. They say they're protecting the border. I don't care what you call it. You have no right to be in Syria. And the Americans are stealing the oil. And of course, that's on top of all the other crimes, financing Al-Qaeda and all this stuff. They're not invited. They have no right to be there. And the same thing with the British Special Forces and on and on and on, right? And of course, Israel since 1967 in the Golan Heights. So this is not an occupation. You look, maybe you don't like Russia and you don't like Iran, but you cannot call this an occupation because it's just not. I don't know what to tell you. You can't change reality and the meaning of words. Now, of course, my impression that I get from people who say this, like they're basically saying like, yeah, Iran and Russia and Hezbollah should never have come to Syria. Yeah, and what do you think was going to happen then? You want Al-Qaeda to win? Like, this is the choice, man. This is the choice. You can have the Syrian government or you can have Al-Qaeda. There's nothing in between. This moderate rebel stuff is a myth. Maybe it existed in 2011, but it doesn't exist today, and it doesn't exist since many years, since ISIS became the top player and Al-Qaeda with them. They took over the whole opposition, and that's it. It's the way things went. So this is your choice. So what are you saying? You want Al-Qaeda to take their place? Like that's what you're saying, effectively. I mean, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And then you hear the same bullshit like you hear in Ukraine. But that's a lie. There's no Al-Qaeda. Just like they said, there's no neo-Nazis. The thing in Syria, I mean, this is, to refute this is extraordinary. Because the number of terrorists in Syria is scores more than what you have in Ukraine, right? It's I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of foreign fighters, and the vast majority of them extremists. Those are the ones that are still alive right now. So I'm not even counting the ones that were fighting in the other years and came and went. So I'm talking about the ones that are in Idlib. You have at least 20,000 of them. I mean, how anyone can refute this is beyond me, honestly. So again, this is the choice. You have Syrian government, secular government, stable government, or you can have Al-Qaeda. You have to be evil or an idiot to choose Al-Qaeda. I don't know what to tell you. But that's where we are, because they don't like hearing the truth, and then of course you have all the attacks that come with that and so on. Whatever, man. We saw what Al-Qaeda is. We saw what ISIS did when they were taking over half of Syria. I'm sorry, no one who actually loves Syria, no Syrian who loves their country would want that. Not in a million years. Sama is saying basmati rice. Oh, you guys are talking about rice. I see. I'm scrolling up now. Kuplex says, you mean the moderate beheaders? Yes. They're so friendly. The moderate beheaders. Yeah. So guys, while I have your attention, again, I'm gonna nag you to do this because it's important. Please make sure you follow on Telegram. It's free. I just want to make sure that we have a backup, and that way when I go live, you'll also get a notification. See, we're almost at 5,000. Not bad. So I'll leave the link below in the chat, in the description. It's t.me/Medhurst. And I'm also on Rockfin. So Rockfin is like YouTube, but without the BS censorship. So you can see the live stream is there. All of the videos are there. It's free. You just have to make an account. And I'm also on Odyssey. You guys told me to make an account there, so I did. It's odyssey.com/RichardMedhurst. And again, I will put the link below. And I'm also on Rumble, rumble.com/RichardMedhurst. So I'm on all the platforms. See, we got in just about 2 weeks over 1,000 subs. Not bad. And of course, there's the Substack. So tomorrow I'll be posting my investigative piece on Yemen. This is where I post articles and also notifications when I go live. So you get an email, right? I think it's very useful. It's richardmedhurst.substack.com. And I'm sure Claudia is very kind. She's posting all of these links in the chat right now as I'm saying them. So yeah, again, this is really important because I know it's annoying, but we have to do this because of the censorship. If something happens to this channel, God forbid, I want to make sure that we have a backup. By the way, if you're new here, tell me in the comments right now, because I'm curious if you guys are actually finding this stream through the algorithm or through the search or suggestions. And please subscribe, because this is the spot. This is the one place you want to be for international relations. Oh, Allo C'est Moi said I should plug the merch. See, I forgot about the merch. I'm working on something new right now with Mona, but in case you want to buy the very popular, I'm not kidding, like this actually sold out. I wanted to get one for myself and I couldn't. This was the Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition Death Cult, right? Because, you know, Biden's administration is like all these, you know, diverse imperialists. So, yeah. I designed this with Mona, and I don't know, you can get everything, man. They got like a mug even. One of you bought a mug and tagged me on Twitter, so that was hilarious. I have this one. I have the long sleeve tee. And in any case, the address is store.richardmedhurst.com. And I don't know, there's a whole bunch of stuff, man. It's not just one thing, but you'll see all the stuff. We got Hillary chillin' and killin', and the crab dance, and a whole bunch of things, and we're gonna make new ones too. So in any case, thank you for reminding me, Allo C'est Moi, to plug the merch. Kate says, only been subbed for a week or so. Great. And Blockrock says, I bought 2 t-shirts just a few days ago. Looking forward to wearing them at my university. Awesome. That's really good. I love when you guys, you tag me wearing the stuff. It's really great. And I actually wanted to do something new next week with Mona, so I'll show it to you once it's done. I don't want to spoil what it is, but yeah. Nice Guy says, I love the Rainbow Death Cult. Yeah, it's really good. You know, this happened when basically Biden was like picking his cabinet, and you could just see like, oh, it's just people from the CIA, State Department. It's the same guys, you know. They just like took a black man to head the Pentagon. So basically they're gonna like bomb brown and black people, but it's a black man doing it. You know, like, great. What difference? Thank you very much, Amir. I appreciate that. Khan says, sending love from Iran. Thank you very much. Much love to Iran. I hope I can visit one day, inshallah. I really want to go. Iran is like something crazy, like 20 plus UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and of course much more than that. So much so, I want to go to Isfahan, Persepolis. There's so much valuable, you know, because like when Islamic art was spreading through the Muslim world, each region kind of developed its own style. And in Iran, they have their really beautiful green and blue Muslim art. It's fascinating, really fascinating. And you know, of course, if you go then to Tunisia, you'll find also a unique style there, and in Damascus. So it's really fascinating, and I hope I get to go one day. Thank you, Full Metal Jacket. Much love to Chicago. We've been on for a couple of hours, so I'm trying to remember what I was doing. Sorry, because I'm trying to answer like all of you in the comments at once, and just 1 second. I'm trying to send you guys the links. There we go. Soraya, you asked for this, so I'm sending it to you. I hope it works in the. No, okay, it's not clickable. 1 sec, I'll do it again. There we go. That should work. Thank you, Bayleaf I Am says going to the merch site now. I appreciate that very much. Obviously, it goes without saying that the whole point of it is to support the show. So that's why we did it. And obviously, I hope to give you guys something that you enjoy and makes you laugh and you like wearing. Pauna, thank you very much for the donation. You're very kind. I think that's everything. I think I've remembered to plug everything. And we smashed the goal on Patreon. Thank you very much. 754. 754. That's amazing. So guys, thanks for tuning in. That's it for me. I'll have everything up for you. And again, please subscribe on Telegram or something. So when I go live, you get a notification, right? So either on Telegram or Substack, that'll be good. And I'll explain my Yemen piece to you tomorrow, my investigative piece on Yemen. All right. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. See you soon. Take care. Ma'a salame. Bye-bye.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
all men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you looked at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much. W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for